Elédùmarè ọba mi gbangba yípo padà ọba mi gbangba lára òjò wìnìwìnì balẹ̀ gbogbo ilẹ̀ á sì tutù bí ejò òwúrọ̀ mọ́ṣẹ́bà Elédùmarè tó láyé lárùn àtọ́rí aláìsùn wọ́n ṣe ni ọba tí ń gbẹ́kú ẹni lódìndín ṣé bí wà ló fọ̀rọ̀ dálé ayé o kábíyèsí rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni ọba mi àfìrí gbọ̀ngbọ̀n. Elijah Sokwabia, Gideon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Kitop Tenken Sukabo, Anile Supa, Anto, Alva, and we're on your map, we're on your mate. Come on, and your pano, yeah, I have a canoe, and you do it, yeah, you live a monk, you live a monk, yeah, you live a monk, yeah, you live a
sina yakeli zebwe na mili malo na wogwaro zebwe ya unko neberebe luzo ibari amu begwe ni won gwebu na mo ma sibili kebiziali o biziali mamula na mo Mariamu rakani wogu egwu na muma sibili ebilio ebilialinu ibiribi bueno zo yego keliza kwebe tibo obodo oyibo atazia namuo na nnamu
months with the assistance of the CIA and other governments, where the government of Venezuela had him already controlled and packaged and turned over. And all they had to do was go in and neutralize the final group for show. And Maduro in bed when the country is being hit by over 100 2,000-pound bombs. We use that bomb, the graphite bomb, which goes into the electrical substations, blows up over them, and shorts out the entire substation. What's missing from this is where was the armed forces of Venezuela's military forces? If there was the art of the deal being carried out here, it was carried out over the last 4 months with the assistance of the CIA and other governments, where the government of Venezuela had him already controlled and packaged and turned over. And all they had to do was go in and neutralize the final group for show and walk him out. Because 28 minutes in and out from Trinidad is a little fast. Consternation. But Trump is executing, let's go to the 100,000 meter look, right? Trump is executing a policy that he has very clearly discussed with Vladimir Putin and is part of a Putinist doctrine that was developed by a man named Alexander Dugin. The neo-Eurasianist theory in which Europe would fall under the influence and control of Russia, the United States would take control of the Western Hemisphere, a la the Monroe Doctrine of the 1840s, which led up to the Mexican-American War, and China would be given, full run of the house of Africa, parts of the Indian subcontinent, and Asia. And that has actually now happened. Okay, everyone thought that's fanciful. The Atlantic Alliance set in 1941, which has been going right up until the day we attacked Venezuela, has been about the maintenance of those ties between Europe and the United States and a rules-based world order. Before I can talk about bombs, helicopters, and gun, helicopter rides, bombs, guns, and helicopter rides, as we call it, you need to understand what the politics of this is. So Trump has clearly adopted, with Vladimir Putin's acquiescence or agreement, this philosophy. By the way, it was developed by a guy named Alexander Dugin, and Dugin's immediate ideological successor in the United States is Steve Bannon, who was Trump's closest advisor for 10 years, who thoroughly believes in this dividing the world up into 3 poles, a tripolar world. It is now in effect. So
Trump sees us as a piggy bank for corporations, and I'm not kidding about that. I mean, he's talking about how, the oil companies don't have to worry about spending tens of billions of dollars in extracting oil from Venezuela because the U.S.
I've been watching Speed streams, and I'm seeing all the love that he's getting in Angola. He's in South Africa, and he's getting massive amount of love, and the way that he was treated in Europe was disgusting. But to see him be a black man from the United States of African descent and be able to go back to the continent and be treated like a human by civilized African people, when we've been taught that Africa is primitive, that it's dangerous, don't go back. They have this, they have that. They don't want you, they don't like you. And to see an African American man with his stature go back to the motherland and be treated with so much respect. This is what our people fought for. This is what they fought for when they fought against Jim Crow and segregation. This is what the slave revolts were about. This is what it's always been about. is to be able to go back home to a home that you've never been and be unapologetically black and not have to think about being black. Just being able to have your natural hair and your brown skin and not be judged and not be racially profiled and not be killed. I love the love that he is getting. And I love the love that all of my African American people are getting in the continent. And I know there's a lot of issues. I know there's a lot of things that need to be worked out. But I'm so proud. I'm so proud. And I love that for him. And I love that for all of my people that are over there. And I can't wait to.
Thank you all for coming back again. And it appears we have managed to end the other screen and start a new one. And everybody's back here. The quality panelists are back here. And soon they will be ascended into not being another panelist, because some of these people come up with some ideas that, some of our so-called, government officials are not even able to come up with. That said, we are going to be kind of wrapping up the previous discussion, because I know some people want to, by some people I mean Gide wants to wrap it up properly. So we'll go and get Gide to wrap some of all this up. But before that, I will play a little bit of video regarding this topic. That's the topic of Maduro, of course. Then we'll move on to another area that we don't often talk about, which is what is happening with the African American community and the diaspora community. Like I like to call them, the greater diaspora, because they have been away for longer. That community, we've not really asked much of questions about them. As a matter of fact, we are beginning to fall into the same patterns where we get too focused on Nigeria. We don't look outside as much. We know we are going to geopolitics a bit more these days, but we don't talk about our communities out there as much. And it's something we have to pay attention to, because what happened this week was quite, I don't know this. I show speed. The name is a bit strange even for me. I show speed YouTuber. He's so popular out there that he's got 47 million subscribers. That is crazy. I've never seen anybody that has that many subscribers. And he goes around the world, getting, talking to people, meeting people. And the way he was treated in Europe seemed to be a little bit, it wasn't very good. And this is why when he went to Africa, the treatment he was getting in Africa touched a lot of African Americans, which is another surprising thing, because I thought Wodemaya had done enough to let them know the state of Africa. Wodemaya is well known by African Americans. Many of them came to Ghana because of him, and he went to almost every African country. I think just about every African country Wodemaya has been to. And I thought he had covered everything, but only to find, especially younger people, being surprised by what they are seeing in Africa. Like, they couldn't even believe that they were roads or some things are there. And so, like, this lady, she was really moved by it, that the way they were treating him was very different from the way Speed was treated in other parts of the world that he has been to, especially Europe. And you see the feelings. And there's another young man that I saw that was also in tears, crying about those things. Some people feel these things very deeply, and we sometimes underestimate how strongly they feel it. I've seen an old lady, a Jamaican old lady, in tears about this. That the term she was using was that, why did they come back for us? She was in tears about it. People don't understand. Not everybody feels this. About 1% of the population, or maybe less even, strongly feel an affinity towards where they come from. They really want to know where they came from. For some reason, they have that instinct to want to know where they came from. And whatever name, maybe our ancient ones may have name for this type of people. Such people are like this lady. You see them, they feel things about where they came from very, very strongly than others. That said, I'm going to we'll cover that a little bit. Then if Nigerians are interested in talking about the politics of Nigeria, maybe somebody will tell us about where Tinubu is, I'm sure AY knows something about it. Yeah, I know you do arrange his transportation, so maybe you will let us know where Tinubu is. You will let us know, and we'll talk about maybe Fubara's drama again. I don't know why that one is boiling up again. It seems to have started boiling up again. So we'll see how all that goes. So in the meantime, let me just play this Russian one. This Chechen guy. Let me see. All right.
Peace be upon you, my friends. I wish you all a good day. So, dear friends, we are all here with you. We have been able to observe the events that took place in Venezuela at the beginning of the year. America, this country that behaves like a rogue state, a true bandit. It committed an act of kidnapping and detention. The political leader of Venezuela, well, they say it was a military operation. That's a completely fabricated story. Of course, there was no military operation. There was a widespread conspiracy, a secret agreement with the entire remaining political leadership of Venezuela, and especially with the head of President Maduro's personal security detail himself, his entire guard, his whole entourage, the entire leadership of Venezuela. They quietly, silently sold out their president. Of course, this is probably the most shameless act that could ever have occurred. No matter who President Maduro is, the shame will fall upon the country. Who could act like this? So what's the most interesting thing? Trump revels in what is, in fact, his predatory actions, claiming that 200 of these men did something supernatural. Yes, it was American money that did it. And of course, the corrupt leaders, the venal and totally sold out elites of Venezuela. Together, they accomplished what has already been done. The fact that they know how to bribe and that they managed to negotiate this way well, yes, kudos to them. There was no military action. But what struck me most is that the American leadership starts talking about something like air defense, which is supposedly Russian, which is supposedly, in short and mocking, Russian-made air defense. The situation is that for Russian air defense to work, you need men, real men, ready to push the button. Let them do their job. If there are no real men, air defense is equipment. And to say that Russian air defense is some kind of junk, well, I think that's a bit like, as they say, a childish joke. When each of them begins to reevaluate their own relationships, both within the global bloc and in their dealings with America in one form or another, believe me, humanity will have entered a new era. And we too, of course, must understand that we have entered a new era, negotiating and discussing with people who have absolutely no honesty in keeping their word. People who speak of friendship and then proceed to insult our state, our supreme commander-in-chief. These are not people we should concern ourselves with, or even take into consideration. We must have our own course of action, a firm course, and we must advance toward our victory. All of Europe is preparing to wage war against Russia. We must open our eyes wide, wake up, and we too must begin to seriously prepare for this war. And of course, I can assure you of one thing with certainty. Russia, whatever may be done, will win. That's for sure. They don't have the strength to make Russia lose because God loves Russia. And I'll tell you something else. Why should we pay homage to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin? He is a man who always keeps his word. That is precisely why we should pay him homage. And Trump, what about him today? He gives his word. Tomorrow, he takes it back. The day after, he swore his love. The next day, he says we are enemies. But who is he then? He is precisely one of the, if not the Dajjal himself, the Antichrist. So there you have it. Don't worry about anything. Do what you have to do. Do not lose heart in our struggle. for we cannot tire of fighting the army of the Antichrist until we have won. We will win. That is certain. That is certain. And do not worry about anything. Pray. Pray, all of you, for our country, for the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, for all of us. Thank you all for your support. Arkema, the force, Russia, the power. God is one. Allahu, and the loss of this country would be a very bad thing for us. But at the same time, well, what happened, happened. Trump has demonstrated once again that he is indeed a terrorist. In other words, he has taken hostages and is demanding that the state hand over all the wealth he so desperately needs. So, here is the conclusion. Trump is not only the enemy of Russia, he is the enemy of all humanity. And you will see much later how, thanks to his intervention, the escalation will spread globally. Trump, the great peacemaker, will accomplish his work, and we will witness it. He is one of the most malevolent, most pernicious swindlers you could ever find on this earth. And one could absolutely say that he is precisely this Antichrist Dajjal, with all these slogans, when he shouts, when he proclaims that no one can stop him, that he will do whatever he deems necessary. Wait, but isn't that precisely the hallmark of this army of the Antichrist Dajjal, which is supposed to flout all rules and norms? To say one thing and do another? So, what are the slogans that resonate right now? All those who refuse to do what Trump has ordered, or as he so aptly puts it, we will choose them all, without exception. So, what does that mean in concrete terms? And he has arrogated to himself the role of God. True believers must understand that Trump is just a man. Yes, for a certain year, he will rule in this way. But believe me, what he has done will come back to haunt him and America, and very badly. They shot themselves in the foot. In fact, now all countries have realized that there is no more international law, no more UN, nothing. There is only the law. Yes, when there's a massive attack from all directions, as they say in the heart of the country, our air defenses can't shoot down so many drones with such rockets. And air defense systems simply cannot be positioned to shoot down, without exception, everything that crosses the airspace, whether it's small or large birds. Such an interception is simply impossible. But if we're talking about the helicopters that gallop through Caracas, bringing Maduro directly from the center of the military compound where over 100,000 people live, and they're almost all military personnel. Imagine military personnel, military families. It's a pure setup and has absolutely nothing to do with the military operation, nothing to do with our Russian-made air defenses. The cowards and traitors have done their dirty work. And of course, for that, infamy will mark them forever. Now, everyone's talking about Russia getting a slap in the face, being insulted. But it wasn't Russia that was offended or insulted. Russia was only there in name in Venezuela. To be frank, if anyone got a slap or an insult, it was China, because China has invested more in Venezuela than anyone else. They've already invested hundreds of billions of dollars there, to my knowledge. They deployed there. There were practically only Chinese people, and they invested a lot there. In fact, America fundamentally took action that, in a way, pushed China out of Venezuela. As for us, well, yes, we also invested money there. That's true. But if you compare what China invested with what we invested, well, we invested much less money. And it is clear that for us, Venezuela has always been a friendly country, and it still is today.
And walk him out, because 28 minutes in and out from Trinidad is a little fast. Consternation. But Trump is executing, let's go to the 100,000 meter look, right? Trump is executing a policy that he has very clearly discussed with Vladimir Putin.
All right, I think we are going to take it easy now and try to just address some of the issues. And but I really think we should talk about what that high speed guy is doing in Africa. I don't know whether any of you know about him because it seems to be affecting the way African Americans think of Africa. Some of them are saying they are coming to Africa because of what he's done. He's not even been to Nigeria yet. And so it might be something that is worth talking about. And then we can go to Wiki's this thing. I've not shown any video regarding Wiki's drama yet, but that is going to come back up. But let's wrap up this Venezuelan, Russian, Trumpian this thing topic. And I will let you go, Jide, first, since you wanted to say something from the last stream. And let's keep it relaxed and
Yes.
you can ask questions and stuff like that. So please go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about thank you for having me once again, for fathers. I was wanting to talk about some of the misconceptions I had from some panelists. Because I respect everyone's opinion, but there were some misconceptions that need to be highlighted. There was a guy you interviewed. I don't know where his idea came from, the black American guy that I don't know if you said he's a CIA agent or whatever. I don't know where his idea came from, but there is no evidence of such that I know of, any evidence I can provide.
Evidence for what precisely?
To the idea that there have to be spheres of influence in every region of the world, and America will only focus on its Western Hemisphere. I don't think there's any evidence for that.
Did you not see? He mentioned the name of the postulate, that the person that postulated
Dugina is an anti-imperialist. He's more of a conservative anti-imperialist. Dugina is a very staunch conservative. That it's not the kind of Tokakasin conservative.
Did you see this one too from America? This information, this report was written in America and I saw that. I think I showed it here. I don't know whether you guys listen to me sometimes. 5th of December, I saw this report where they said that America wants to kind of share power with China. If you look at the term here, share power, that's it with China, and they were dismissing Europeans the way they are still doing it today. So
this is part of what I'm saying. All this mainstream media, CNN, Fox News, they pass a lot of misinformation, propaganda. That national security strategy, I've read that document 3 times. And it does not have anything to do with sharing power with China. I'm sorry. It is all this misinformation. And I don't know. It's very unfortunate.
Okay, so what is their plan regarding China and Russia then?
Thank you. And I'm going to read, I'm going to read some, 2 sentences, in fact, but I'm going to explain. The idea is, and I mentioned it in Dr. Damage's show as well, that the idea is they need to consolidate their power, just like in the previous Monroe Doctrine, in the Western Hemisphere, which is Latin America and Caribbean countries. In addition to that, they do not want to bog down their entire tentacles on other parts of the world. They will use their allies to contain any adversary. I repeat, to contain any adversary. Europe is a continent. Russia is part of the European continent, even though it doesn't contain Eurasia. Russia is seen as the adversary of the US and the West. Europe will serve as the allies, NATO countries, to contain Russia and fight Russia potentially. The same thing in Africa too. Africa is going to be the center for what? For Western influence. China and Russia should not have any influence. That's the goal. In Middle East, it is going to be Israel that will do the dirty job. Israel is going to do the dirty job against Iran, Lebanon, Yemen. It is Israel. The same thing in Southeast Asia. China is the adversary. Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, these are the countries that will be the pawns of the US. US will not go directly and go and fight China. Those countries will do the dirty job as proxy. I'll read 2 sentences from the document, National Security Strategy. I'm not going to take time. Page 14 of 33. Everyone can go and look at it. This is what Donald Trump or the Pentagon said. We will work with allies and partners to maintain global and regional balance of power, to prevent the emergence of dominant adversaries. I'll repeat. We will work with allies and partners to maintain global and regional balance of power to prevent the emergence of dominant adversary. The second one, page 16 of 33, they made it very clear. We count among our many allies and partners dozens of wealthy, sophisticated nations that would assume primary responsibility for their regions and contribute far more to our collective defense. That doesn't look like a country that wants multipolar world. That looks like a country that wants to reinforce its dominance.
Read the first comment, the first sentence again that you read about balance of power.
Yes, we will work with allies and partners to maintain global and regional balance of power to prevent the emergence of dominant adversaries.
So
who are those dominant adversaries?
Hold on. They talked about balance of power, but to prevent dominant ones.
Yes. So what are the dominant adversaries?
Depending on how you read it, it might be that they want to maintain balance of power, not necessarily be dominant over everybody, but maybe.
Yeah, that's the point. So America is
hold on. The evidence to the contrary of what you are saying is the attitude of Trump. It could be all a ruse. It's possible because it could be tactics. But if you look at the attitude of Trump towards Greenland, it's not exactly friendly to Europeans. He's basically talking about taking out Greenland by force or by hook, whatever. He's going to get Greenland, and Europeans don't like it. And by doing that, it's almost as if he's saying, Russia, take Europe. Whatever you like, you do with Europe. And then again, he went on to say, China, it's up to China to decide what to do with Taiwan. That is not the kind of language you hear from this American government.
It's all Trump's drama.
Maybe I don't know, but intercepting Russian ships, that is something Americans don't do normally. But they are intercepting it now in their own areas. So something odd is going on that hasn't happened before. It's really odd. Some of the things we are seeing these days, it's really odd.
That's what I'm saying. They need to consolidate their Western Hemisphere.
What is the example of the things that have not happened before that is happening now?
Like America intercepting Russian flagged ships. It's something that doesn't happen. So it happened
during the Cold War. During the Cold War, when they were during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was some interception.
Oh yeah. But you can see that was a crisis.
That almost led to a war. Yeah, that one almost led to a war. That was a
serious event. But this one seems like it happened and Putin is quiet.
But it's in the Western Hemisphere. That's what I'm saying. So that's the thing. It's in the Western Hemisphere. That's what I'm saying.
During the Cold War, did America ever throw Europe under the bus?
No, they didn't.
Trump is threatening Europe.
Trump is just an erratic human being. You see, I don't count Trump words. I see the action and I see the policy. I don't listen to Trump. I don't take him seriously. I follow the policy documents and I see the action. If there's any contradiction, I'll come and say I don't know anything. I mean, like, I don't understand. But clearly, the policy documents align with what they are doing. The idea of regional balance of power is we want to share power with our allies. We are not going into a full dominant spectrum where America will just go and spread its military base and go and attack Russia. No. The balance of what they're talking about is we will share power with our allies to do all the dirty job with Israel, with Germany, with France. They'll do the dirty job for us. We're not going to do it alone. That's what they mean by the balance of power. It's still with their partners. They don't want to have any adversary. Just like they had the Soviet Union. There should never be any power like the Soviet Union. There should never be any power like China or Russia to counter the US.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess you can say that about
maybe you tell us what you are thinking so that
what I'm thinking is that Trump has been quite consistent. He even told in the White House, he told Zelensky that you want to trigger a world war because he doesn't want to
the same thing he said. Okay, sorry, let him talk. Okay.
See, the point I'm making is that Trump doesn't seem to want a kind of conflagration with Russia in any way. Somehow he wants to accommodate Russia. It's always been like from the very first time in office, he wants to accommodate Russia, not the way the Anglo-Saxon axis wants to keep Russia in check. He always wanted to accommodate Russia somehow. And the way he's behaving now is not, most of his action is not even directly against Russia. The only time he's even taking direct action against Russia, which is, if you think about it, quite aggressive, going after Russian flagships. So he must have something given the assurance that he can do that and somehow get away with it.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
It's part of the foreign policy. It's part of the foreign policy strategy. So the idea is they would coddle their adversary. So the Democrats and the Republicans. The Democrats, what they do is they play the game with Iran, like the nuclear deal. But at the same time, they will go back and stab Iran, right? That's what they're trying to do with Russia. They will. Putin went to Alaska now, was not some months ago. They're trying to establish a peace. It was a farce because Putin almost got into it, falling into that trap. They were about to sign a peace deal. But guess what happened? Because Russia is wise. What Russia realized was that the coalition of the willing are NATO countries that will support Ukraine to what? As a buffer to contain Russia in Ukraine. So when Russia saw that, they realized, no, this doesn't make any sense. Even though US is not involved, but it is Western Europe, their allies, that wants to go to Ukraine to fight us. This does not make any sense. We cannot sign this deal. So what they are doing is a psyop. And a lot of people are falling for it. It's unfortunate. Trump is saying, US, we are not fighting Russia, we want a peace deal. But Western Europe, they are aggressive. I don't know if you guys are connecting the dots. Western Europe are aggressive towards Russia. The one idea is division of labor. Now, Western Europe will do the dirty job of attacking and being aggressive against Russia. I'll give an example. Last 2 weeks, they were trying to propose a peace deal. Guess what happened after a few days? After they were trying to negotiate with Russia, they were trying to assassinate Vladimir Putin. Barely a week ago, just 3 miles from his house, there was an assassination attempt on Vladimir Putin. And the Russian intelligence said that CIA was involved or some American intelligence were involved. So now tell me how Trump really wants peace for Russia in that regard. This is how they play the game. Russia already knows. That's why up till now, there is no peace in Ukraine. Because these guys are not serious. They will agree a peace plan, like the Minsk agreements, right? Russia will sign it. They will go at the back and start another war. That was what triggered this military invasion. They signed the Minsk agreement to prevent Ukraine conflicts in 2018 under the US and Western Europe. They reached an agreement. They call it the Minsk agreement so that Ukraine and Russia will not fight. But guess what happened? NATO were sponsoring the far-right Ukrainian military to attack ethnic Russians. And Zelensky was pleading with the West that they need to develop nuclear weapons. That was why Russia had to intervene. Because if they did not intervene and Ukraine has nuclear weapons, it is game over for Russia. So these guys are very smart. That's why I said Trump is an actor. Go and follow the policy documents. I can send as many as possible and and read their actions. That's how to make clear sense of what they are doing. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've also sent you the video of Jeffrey Sachs, where he was making the same point Jide is making. America does not want to share power with anybody. Okay, so what I mean by share power with anybody, if you really say you are my adversary, okay, I cannot share power with you. Of course, if you are my boy, if you're going to do what I tell you to do, so that I can say I'm sharing power with you. But what actually that means is that I'm giving you power to do what you want. The day you don't want to do it, I take it back. It's
so
not that the point is very simple, forefathers. For America as a country, what they know, what they believe, and what they have convinced themselves is that anybody who is going to declare independence out of their orbit of influence automatically becomes an adversary. And that entity must be brought down to its knees, outrightly or covertly.
Just to assert to what Masca said within 30 seconds, to go to Venezuela again. you will see that they failed. You know why they failed? Next week, and I know Brother I gave a false information that it is going to be the current president that we're going to invite to Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is inviting Corina Machado to White House next week to discuss Venezuela and the new strategy with Venezuela. So clearly, if they did a regime change and it was successful, it is clear they're supposed to form diplomatic relationship with Delcy Rodriguez. Why are they still inviting Corina Machado? Despite what he said about Corina Machado last week. You see what I'm saying about Donald Trump? He's just acting drama for the news when he come and talk. I don't take him seriously.
Let me quickly say this, right? So what is going on there, they actually call it the Monroe Doctrine. It's a replica of the Monroe Doctrine. So it's very clear what Trump want to do. One news I want to break out, the breaking news here is the Department of State, they just issued a level 4 travel advisory to Americans not to go to Venezuela, that the situation is deteriorating. They said there is a militia group, I think they call it the Covetous or something like that. So they actually block the highway looking for American citizens and those that are loyal to Americans. Yeah, hopefully it does not degenerate to Libya or Iraq, because this is how this crisis starts. When you now see like you destabilize the country, there is killing here and there you call the people terrorists. That's exactly what is going on. So it's just unfortunate where we are today. Just unfortunate. I just hope like there is no major war, because it's not gonna be funny. It's just crazy. You know, Trump is civil.
I think you're right. They want this war. America wants a war.
I think they want a war.
It needs a war. It can't survive without the war now.
I wanted to remind Fofather before the election, he was defending Trump. Trump never go to war. He doesn't like war. Blah blah. He was one of the people that were defending him.
And you know,
that's true. That's true. I defended. I wouldn't say I defended him, but I would say by his record, he doesn't go to war. However, I did say that America will either go to a civil war or they will go to a big war. And the big war hasn't happened. They will need one. They will need one,
yes,
otherwise America will go into a civil war themselves.
The war is that the bankers, who finance wars, you know, they like it, and it's a kind of a reset. So after a point in time, when they want some major changes, or maybe they want to completely move away a certain amount of wealth from a particular region, or they are changing the structure of the global economy in its, you know, in the way we know it, so they cannot do it without organized chaos. It may look to us, so we are living ourselves in an echo chamber.
From the background. I gotta go, guys. Bye, bye, guys.
All right.
You know what Trump said last week. For you to know, this guy know what he's doing. He's so scared of the midterm election. He said, you have to make sure they are going to impeach me. They are going to impeach me. You have to make sure Republican win the midterm. There is no way.
Yeah, I don't think
there is an urgency to this action.
Yeah, he's a bit scared. Like, he knows if Democrat come into the Congress and the Senate, then they are going to kick him out.
Seriously, I mark this thing that I've said today, that it might sound crazy because American official security policy is saying something else. But what is going on behind the scenes, maybe that too is a ruse, because I can't foresee a time when America will turn against Europe. But Trump is behaving like that now. And Europe, Denmark is
happening now.
Denmark is playing for East America.
You didn't listen to...
Pardon?
You didn't listen to French President Macron? He made a broadcast a couple of days ago. He was really attacking Trump, man, and America. That they are abandoning Europeans.
Yeah, that's what Trump seems to. And Trump has been hinting this from the very first time. He's always wanted Russia to change position with what
he withdrew from over 10 international organizations recently, right?
About 60 or so now, isn't it? 60.
Is it 60?
Yeah, over 60. I don't know.
Yeah, I forgot the number. Yeah, that's another thing. So he is serious, man. I think
this is the thing I'm saying, because what he is saying is like trying to keep the old order somewhere where America is dominant. No, something different is happening here.
Something
This
different
guy
is
is pulling
happening.
out of organizations and he's doing something different that we've not seen in a long, long, long time. I've not seen this before, where they just confidently, and by the way, UK joined, anything against Russia, UK is always there. UK joined
These
America.
Europeans, it's like they are kind of
no,
misaligned with
UK and
reality
Europe
what's
generally
happening.
they behave like
No, it's UK. No, not like Europe. UK. I'm telling you, make no mistake. That McKinney
UK is
thesis is
dangerous.
based on UK's ideology. And because America is basically cousins of the UK, that's why they've been pursuing this. Whenever Russia wants to come out from the cold, UK makes sure they block it.
Fokara, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Anybody that is in doubt if America will dump Europe, America technically dumping Canada. Canada are learning fast now, making alliance with other nations. Trump does not care about anybody.
If America wants
Canada
to take
is
Greenland,
the greatest
America
ally
could
of
take Canada
America.
too.
Huh?
If America wants to take Greenland, if America takes Greenland, they will take Canada too.
They will not be able to take Canada. They
what is
cannot.
Canada going to do? What are they going to do?
The only thing I feel, right? They might
Canadians
come
will just be apologizing. Sorry.
No. Let me tell you this.
They have nuclear capacity. They can make. They don't have the bomb, but they can make it in
I
a
think
short run.
Canada will give up fast, man. I think. See, the reason why America may want Canada, other than there's a lot of Indians there now, it will alter the demographics of America again, because what the major population in America is worried about is demographics. They don't like what is happening with the demographics. The minorities are having more children.
People will not lose their welfare, their state without dying.
They don't like that. And they want to find a way. That's why he wanted Canada. But it looks like there's a lot of Indians in Canada now. So that's not going to work out very well.
No, there is a lot of the immigrant in Canada now. I think it's over 35% actually.
It's not going to work out very well for him if he goes to Canada. Let me bring in the Shabaka.
Okay, let me also tell you this, right? Sorry, Shabaka.
Because it's not used to talking the way we talk.
Canada is also bigger than America, you know that, right? So I think they might try to cut some part of it.
Canada is bigger than America.
Yeah, Canada is bigger than America by
landmass.
Yes, 100%.
It's just that it's just ice. There's just too much ice. That's not another reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Canada is bigger than America by landmass.
From the top.
After Russia, Canada is bigger. Is the second. Followed by America. Canada, you know, they have a lot of empty land. Nobody is there. Regions, like some are just freezing. It's just
cold.
Yeah.
It's
just crazy, man. Just imagine. It's the same thing you see between Russia and Ukraine. Canada, we are basically sleepy. Don't worry, we got a big brother here. Instead of them to look for nuclear weapon and make sure, man, you protect yourself, you are depending on anybody. No, you don't do that.
Is it not was it Bill Clinton that went and negotiated between Russia and Ukraine and Kazakhstan and Belarus and took all the Ukrainians, Kazakhstan
to have such negotiations,
nuclear weapons and handed them over to Russia?
It was stupid to have such
negotiations. At that time that they will not interfere in anything or their economic interests or whatever. But it always turns out that you see, these people, they don't keep to their promises, because for them what matters is money.
Bro, with the experience, look, I will even tell you to come take my natural resources that take my nuclear weapon. I will be drinking Gary or tea and get settled. Bro, you don't play with that.
Take whatever you want to take from me. Just
take whatever you want to take, but leave this one. This is my survivor.
You see the way the rebuke that Macron was able to give back to Trump. I think nobody gave him hot back rebuke like Macron. Like, he was so confident in the way and manner in which he talked. He missed no words. And in fact, they were translating it in English so that, in case if you don't understand French, you should actually get what he meant. When I was there, I said, okay. So France has a different nuclear program, separate. And they made that choice intentionally, because what has happened to them at World War II was that Germany actually encroached and they were even defeated. So that being defeated, even when America was like, no need, they said, no, never. never again. That's the kind of mindset we need to all have. If not,
Well, this guy is saying,
nobody's
why am
talking
I
about North
saying
Korea.
Canada is not Canada, America is a superpower. You can't, compare America and Canada if they go 2-2. The Canadians will just measure, okay, who is going to come and save us? Is there UN? No, there's no UN. Nobody else. Okay, fine. We just hand over everything to America. They're not
If
going
they
to fight.
can get
What's the point of
somebody to
fighting?
back them with nuclear, I think the British or the French will all be eager to back them, because it will all be in their, since they are saying they want to take Greenland, it will all be in their interest. They can still stand up for against Trump if they want to. It's just that what are they willing to sacrifice? What is the cost that they are willing to bear? And I think when push comes to shove, these people, some of them still have patriotism. They are still quite patriotic, so they are willing to die for their nations. So I don't know who pushes the envelope deeper, but then we'll see.
Wow, Canada is even further, further down the demographic change than America. Maybe that's why Trump will not want to. It's almost 50% now,
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Canada is going very fast. So the immigrant in Canada, I'm just projecting in the next 10 years, they would determine who is going to be the leader of the country. It's happening already in some province.
If I was European, I would say, who did this to us? How did this happen? No one of them are suspecting the so-called Zionists that he was causing all this trouble for them. So, but that said, I have to bring this in. Shabaka is not used to coming into this type of conversation. So, if you want to round things up so that we actually focus on a little bit on African Americans, please, you touch on, if you want to say something, go ahead and say something, or we change the topic.
Oh no, I agree with everything everybody else said. There's no need for me to add anything. My initial sentiments were reflective.
Perfect. All right. So, anybody knows about this iShow Speed? I find him very fascinating with what he's doing on the continent. There's a lot of videos about him online there, and I can't even count. There are just too many. Funny enough, I never really showed anyone that contained him other than the people that are reacting to him. He's been to Africa and he's meeting a lot of people. Angola, the Angola one, I really enjoyed it. Angola really looks neat actually for a country in Africa. People don't talk about Angola a lot because they are Portuguese speaking, but they are not doing so bad for themselves if you look at it. And you look at his treatment he's getting, it's like they are treating him like a rock star in Africa, really. And let me see if I can get one video out there. His videos are a little bit hard to play.
I thought it's Rivers State you want to discuss. Why you want to discuss this one though?
I want to discuss it because we don't do this our discussion enough, and this our discussion is quite important because we don't understand that some of these separations that we have is part of our problem, where we have people scattered all over the world. We are not organized at all, while other groups, they literally form. I didn't even know that the Jews, they have this thing where they elect different people in different countries to go and represent them in the central organization that they have. Different, wherever they are in different countries, they elect people. Like they have a parliament or some kind of assembly where they come and discuss issues affecting their whole community all over the world. I didn't even know that. And given how our people are scattered all over the world, you would think our African leader, when they go to the UN every year, they go there every year. They know that there are almost 50 million Africans in that country. No interaction, no conversation about anything. And I think people say Africa should be united. But I actually think most African countries are black African countries. They are not often very, very powerful. They are not very, very strong. Why not work with the ones that are in countries that are actually quite powerful, like the African Americans out there? The ones in Brazil, this in the Caribbean, we don't work that much with them. We barely even trade with them. Even if you just trade alone, you start doing that. That is something that could transform the continent. Because one thing I know they offer more than Africans is that they are more aware of the world. They are more aware of how brutal the Western system can be. Most of us, all we see is our leaders doing all this rubbish thing that they do to us with corruption and all the rest. But we don't see that the Western system is part of the problem. But African Americans and most people in the diaspora are under no illusion about where the challenge is, and they tend to see clearly about those things. And I think that's one of the gifts they can bring onto the continent, at least that kind of insight. They also, not to mention their spending power that they have too, and they also have influence. They are not just sitting down there doing nothing. They also have some influence, and I really think we should be tapping into that, because if it was some other community that has that, can you imagine the Chinese having that many people in America? America will not even be talking to China right now, or Indians. Indians don't even have that number in the US. So I really think that we should be tapping into this, because African Americans, many of them, when they see how Africans are treating ISO speed, they feel very strongly about it. You know, if just being nice to a YouTuber leaves some African Americans in tears, it shows you how strongly or how little awareness they had of the continent in the first place. Some of them actually think we hate them.
Not only think that's true now, forefathers, not hate. Maybe the word hate is very strong, but okay, so let me start from a more appropriate place to support you and respond a little bit to AY's position. Talking about this speed guy is
he frozen?
Yeah, his Starlink has
Yeah, I
frozen.
think so.
Elon Musk has decided that enough is enough. No more Starlink data for him. So Valhalla. So what do you make of this? Have you seen it in the first? Have you seen that ISO speed and what is
I
up?
think I know him. He's the guy that likes Ronaldo, but this streamer, this guy that
Yeah,
has
so
Afro.
like I thought Africans were crazy about Ronaldo, but I didn't know he actually is crazy about Ronaldo. Is he?
Yeah, he is actually crazy about. I knew him through Ronaldo because he does a lot of. I don't know what the guy's talent actually is. I think he's some kind of extrovert or somebody that likes to take on challenges, something like
Yeah.
that. So I think that's his kind of thing. He has this kind of vibe because at that time I was seeing him on Ronaldo. Algorithms, when you watch shots, they keep bringing it to you. They're different types. So I kept seeing a lot about him. So I see him here, I see him there. So when he came to some countries in Africa, well, I'm surprised actually that a lot of diasporans, black people of African origin, do not know enough about Africa, even with the kind of information that is available to almost everyone at this point in time. And so it's kind of sad, but I understand if you are brainwashed, because that's maybe the case, and that's what you are saying. What you are saying is important. I mean, so it's good to see. It's always natural. When you come home, you just know you are home. You don't need anybody to actually tell you. So you just connect. So I mean, if that's how through his eyes, they can understand us more. Because I doubt, because you were talking about Wodemaya. So Wodemaya is not somebody that, even though Wodemaya is like us, so our accent, our mannerisms and things like that. But I should speak is American. So you can see how experiences can
Yeah.
actually make people
That's
so.
interesting, isn't it? That's true, actually, because Wodemaya is African, so its
Yes.
impact is there. It has a big impact, but that's what surprised me about ISO
If
speed,
you are not
because I thought
Pan-Africanist, you will not
Wodemaya
know
had
the Maya.
already done that. I thought Wodemaya had already done the work. So it's like people that Wodemaya couldn't connect to, especially the younger ones. When they
Yeah.
saw ISO speed, it just completely blew them away. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. And
Yes.
it's quite a remarkable thing, really. And I think it's also quite important. Please go ahead.
The things that make you see soldiers have this camaraderie, that they can die for each other, is what is called an experience gap. So what we have had essentially with our brothers and sisters in the diaspora is this experience gap. Yes, we are the same people. Yes, we are of the same origin, but our cultures have shifted and changed because of the experience gap that is between us. Now, if me and you face joy, sadness, survival, whatever it is, the challenges of life together, we tend to bond over it, such that when we meet each other, at least we connect based on those things, so it has, an impact on you when you watch TV, commercials, whatever it is. So you navigate and you are attracted more towards where you have, that experience similarity. So he radiates that the same kind of energy. Is just like a magnet. So they follow him, and it makes sense. I think the more they explore, the better. There's a lot for them to than going to Europe and all those urban or over urbanized places. If they come to, like, there are good places in Africa. You come to Tanzania, you go to, especially for me, East Africa is just like paradise. In West Africa, if not for slave forts, the wildlife is not even like there so much. But you see, East Africa and South Africa, wow, just beautiful, beautiful. I was in Arusha, this where Kilimanjaro is. There's this town Moshi just between Arusha and the Mount Kilimanjaro. Uh, that strait of ur- uh, different rural cities between urban towns, so there's just this fusion of what is originally African, and you can just see how the nature, wow, and that place is just like paradise, man. If there is, so I just love the place because and the people, the culture too, just beautiful. Africa, I don't think there's any place like Africa, because, well, I'm African, so I'm biased, so I don't think I connect to anywhere the way I connect to Africa. But it's just so good to see him, enjoying himself. And I just wish he, well, he's a why do I say he's a celebrity? So, but he's doing his best to connect with the culture. He went to the rural places. He went to I think it was a Maasai. He went to he did even some, village and cultural rituals. So he's having a wonderful time. It's good to see that,
And
it's good to
I must say, for somebody of his age, I'm not even sure how old he is, but he looks quite young. He seems
very
very,
young.
yeah, and I don't know how to put it. He seems to be aware of people's, he's sensitive to people's cultures. He doesn't come across as belittling it. He tries to engage. That's quite a skill to be able to pull
Yeah,
off. But he didn't.
yeah, it's a
But
vibe.
he did try to pull it off in Greece, but it didn't go so well. Let me just play this video.
We back in the same shit we was just in. We back in the same situation. The same situation. Like, what the? I don't even know how we gonna get out of here. I don't know. What's going on? I don't know how we gonna
It looks like they threw something at him, didn't they?
Well, you see, forefathers, this is what I tell people consistently on this platform. Okay, for these Greek guys now, what does it matter whether this guy is Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa man?
They don't care.
They
They
just
don't
see
care.
a black man.
Once you're black, you're black. Okay? This idea
The
that
black
every
is
day
good
we
enough.
keep
That's all they care about.
this idea that we keep digging this divides of
ridiculous.
and
It's
Igbo
ridiculous.
and Yoruba. Like, this is not how the world sees you. They don't care.
Now let me show his own the side where they treated him well before you carry on. Sorry.
Sorry, forefathers. Before, for me, I think it's not.
You want to finish what you are saying, or let me play?
Yes,
the
I believe for me, the issue is bigger than personality. Okay, one of the big issues, and this echo is back in
There is echo.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I think it's gone now.
Okay, you see, the starting point for me as a race, as a people, I had fallen into that category once, but I'm retracing my steps back. Okay, I really feel bad now because we have a whole millions of our kinds that were taken as slaves. They were chained. They were moved out of our motherland. And today, all of us black people will pretend as if that has not happened, as if the descendants of these people are not alive. They are not anywhere. They are like they have evaporated. Like, what kind of race are we even? Why are we not talking about these people? Why are we not trying to connect with these people?
Strange, isn't it?
First, try and assimilate back with them. Give them a source of belonging. Because if truly we, as black people anywhere in the world, whether within the continent, in the Caribbean, or anywhere in diaspora, we at least begin to say that, okay, those that we say African Americans, there's nothing like these are African brothers that were taken as slaves. Okay, we first need to connect with them, be the bigger brother, and kind of have some sort of connection, give them a sense of belonging. It's like having a child out of wedlock. For instance, let me use a bad example, but so that people can understand. You didn't know, but the day you know, if you are a responsible father, the most important thing is you make amends. What are the issues? What are the challenges? How do I sort your issues? What material, psychological, and otherwise? That's the first step. The second step is to start looking for how these particular people should be compensated. Okay, even if they are not compensated, but what is important is that global brotherhood. And for me, I think that's the most important thing. We have thrown our own kind under the bus and have pretended they don't exist. And to a large extent, sometimes we even look down upon them. And I think the truth is that this is how people tend to look at you, like you're maltreating your own blood brother. Like, how do you expect the world to respect you, for instance? How?
Yes, Kiani, and Muscat, to add to your point.
Sorry, before you go ahead, let me just play this so that we see some of the reaction, because I've not truly played, the other people's reaction of what he was doing there. Let me just play it.
There's no volume for father.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
After a whole segment has gone, before somebody told me that there was no sound.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was just me, so I didn't say anything.
It was because of this thing. When you get echo, so I have to mute that part of the system. All right, sorry, let me play it.
No, it's because the stereotype of Africa that you have been painstakingly spoon-fed all your life is finally collapsing.
Man, this whole time, bro, they made us think Africa was such a poor country, bro, such a place you wouldn't want to be at, bro. And speed is single-handedly changing my perspective on life. Every single aspect of Africa just makes my insides feel so good, bro. The American dream is the trap. Everybody else is free, but not free from America. America's the problem, bro.
All right, y'all, listen up. So the I Show Speed Tour has gave me the motivation. So I'm finna go home to my family in the U.S., visit them for a while. But before I go, I'm doing my own Africa tour. You feel me? So January 17th through February 1st, I'm coming back to Kenya, and I'm even coming. Damn, I can't talk. And I'm either coming to Uganda or South Africa. Now, yes, I've been to Kenya before. Never been to Uganda, never been to South Africa. So I'm gonna need y'all to help in the comments to tell me what city to land in, what do I need to do, all of that. And all my Kenyan folks, lock in, because I'm coming there first, for sure. I don't plan to go to the coast this time. I'll probably stay in Nairobi for the most part, and maybe go, I don't know, up north. But what it is, y'all tell me what we're doing. And no, I'm not drinking till 10 o'clock in the morning with y'all, no more.
Speed going to Africa is way deeper than what you think it is. And I'll tell you why. So, everybody growing up in the States, I can't speak for other countries, but people growing up in the States, you see Africa, especially as a kid, you see Africa as like some like desert with really primitive people just walking around with fucking spears and shit. But what Speed is doing, he's showing you all the cities and all this shit, and that it's more than that. And I'll say for me, fortunately for me, somebody was able to show me this shit early on. So I was able to recognize like, oh, so there's way more out there. But Speed is showing this shit in real time on a stream, showing you how this shit is. And he's getting more love down there than he was getting in Europe, where racism was born. So, you know, all this shit is intertwined. It's way deeper than what you think it is. So I want to make a part two. I can make a part two too.
Africa's never been bad. Africa's never been poor. It's just the image that they gave you guys to believe. You know, to always look down at your brothers. But a lot of y'all won't know that, you know what I mean? I'm surprised that people are now realizing what Africa really looks like by watching I Show Speed. We had so much other YouTubers that came to Africa and showed you guys so much parts of Africa that's beautiful and amazing. But I'm glad I Show Speed is actually out there exposing the truth. The only thing I can say is it's the people that runs things over there. But that's a different topic. But Africa's amazing. Africa's beautiful. Africa's the motherland. And don't be scared to go back home. Just prepare yourself. Learn what you need to learn. Be well educated so you can get a great job over there, because they're going to pay you very good if you're highly educated. And yeah, love my African brothers and sisters, man.
You know, as I watch I Show Speed's streaming, he's calling Botswana, the way that they welcomed him into the country, it's been, you know, just magical to watch. And this is for a lot of American people. It's a sign that you need to travel back home to Africa, reconnect with your roots, learn about the culture, and really know more about what Africa truly is. Because what a lot of American people have been taught about Africa, it's absolutely false information. Check this guy out. He is having the time of his life.
What's going on?
It's a big slipper.
We speak and a piece of blanket, and we wrap it by a rubber band, so that when we do this, it's a sound that coming from the place.
not gonna lie, Speed making your boy want to go to Africa. Like, dude, he deserves Streamer of the Year. Like, he might win again this year. Like, dude, really, when you sit here and think about it, Speed has such a big impact on the world. Not even just the streamer community. A lot of us forget, like, okay, the streamer community is the streamer community, but to have an impact on the world, like, dude got people chasing him down in Africa. Like, people showing him so much love in Africa, y'all. Like, he legit makes me want to go. Like, he done raced a cheetah. He's literally living his life to go back to the motherland and really make it look that lit. It's crazy. Like, dude is having the time of his life. Like, he's literally touring the whole Africa. Like, when you sit here and think about it, Speed, his streams are so generational. It's no streamers. I mean, no streamers that's doing what dude is doing. And I think that that's why he keeps winning Streamer of the Year, because doing them subathons and everything gonna only get you so far. Like, dude doing subathons and some. Like, Speed, yeah, he's the best streamer. I'm gonna give it to him. Like, when you really sit here and think about the stuff he's doing, he can literally make a TV show out of his life, let alone stream. Once again, dude life is a TV show. Like, it's a movie, dang. Like, he done seen the world. Do y'all understand that? Dude done seen the world. Like, bro, look, he was having so much fun. He was finna race the cheetah. The cheetah ended up scratching. Guess what? He still raced it. He didn't even care. Like, he's like, I'm gonna still race it. Because you know how Speed think? It's one in a lifetime. I don't even care. None of it's about to mess up this moment. I don't care. I'm about to have fun. I'm in Africa. And he's doing his job while in Africa, talking to the community in the world, the chat, the audience. Dude, make you want to go to Africa, y'all.
I guess the point is made regarding the video. There are quite a lot of different testimonies to the influence he seems to be having, especially the young ones that would not consider going. And I saw a video of him debating and I think an older African American that seemed to think that they are only American, they are not African, or he likes to believe that they are not connected to Africa. And
is that FBA guy, Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah, no, I don't know. He wasn't talking to FBA, but somebody that believes in similar thoughts, line of thought as Tariq Nasheed. What I found a little bit disconcerting, not what the guy was saying, but what the guy standing there, the kind of how do I put it, the way he was standing there, feeling uneasy about the conversation, knowing the sense that, oh, what is this old man talking about that is not connected to Africa? Like, he too doesn't like the idea of being African. That Speed was trying to tell them they are African, and that guy was standing there because because Speed is their boss, isn't it? And Speed is talking about, okay, you are African actually. Then the guy that was okay with Speed was saying, no, we are not. We are American. We are born in America. We are American. And the other guy, it would have been easy for that guy to jump to Speed's side and say, come on, we are African. Why are you debating the boss on this? But he kept quiet and feeling uneasy. You know that, and he's a young guy. That tells you how strongly this feeling is. I was surprised by that actually. That how strongly some African Americans don't want to be associated with Africa at all.
Yeah, if you see some of them and what they do online, is actually that's when Masca was talking. I could actually, like, you feel sorry for them because you see, the toll that this disconnect brings. Because if you don't, it makes you not believe in yourself, and if you don't believe in yourself, you are hardly going to amount to anything. The very fact that he's not trying to associate himself is because he feels somehow like it is beneath him. And and if you are literally that, so that dissonance will not give you peace. I don't think if you are black and deny it, you are going to have peace. So when I see people like that, I feel sorry for them, because I know what brainwashing can do to a human being. You see, as humans, we think we are not vulnerable, but we are actually very, very vulnerable. So imagine a whole culture that has carried so much trauma, it can express itself in things like that. So they are more susceptible to, people putting bad ideas. And then people want cheap popularity online. People that, like that Tariq Nasheed, I wonder, well, I don't really wonder. I know why, but, that's free speech to allow everybody to just, say the bile and whatever they want. Sometimes, that's the problem. And it's just that they need to have access to know what's happening, what the world is, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Let me bring the African American in. Now I'm going to put you up there, Shabaka. You are now speaking on behalf of all African Americans, so you better watch what you say.
Yeah, Mom. I don't think my sentiments will be reflective of the average, but yeah, I mean, in my opinion, to me, there's too much information available for people to be ignorant about our genetic, cultural, historical connection with the country. I mean, we are African, so. But there is a societal, quote unquote, brainwashing that occurs. Just in American culture in general, they term it as American exceptionalism. What most American citizens don't know anything about any culture that's outside of the U.S. and they view everything outside of the U.S. as inferior. Especially when it comes to Africa, people view everything African as primitive and it can't be successful and things of that nature. But when you just do surface level research, you see that that's not true. But I think that this dynamic occurs everywhere that there's an African population. It's not just America. I feel like a lot of just because colonization and their hegemony, they've been successful at brainwashing a lot of our people. So a lot of us all over the world view our culture as primitive, and we want to cling to everything that's foreign. And that's a major that to me that's the most damning part of our colonization, and that to me that's the biggest problem. That's what leads us to be subservient in terms of, I would say, economically, politically, and all sorts of things. I think a lot of us have inferiority complex when we deal with these other groups of people. It might not be on the surface level, but when you see how we interact, the dynamics, and how we interact with other groups of people, it rears its head. A lot of people want to pose as they view themselves as equal on the surface level basis, but again, when you see how we interact with them, the dynamics don't reflect that.
What you said just now just clicked in my head. One brief research that I did, and it's so, man, you don't know. Maybe but you don't know how truthful what you just said, how real it is. Like, one of the stuff that I did was look at how Somalis, sometimes they're considered African black, sometimes they don't want to see themselves as black.
They
So,
defeat us,
and yeah, some of them have Bantus in their countries too, like Niger Congo kind of people in their country, like people that will look like us in their country. And the treatment they give to those people in their country, terrible treatment. And in law, they are barely recognized at all. They have very little power. So then I decided, okay, let me look at what is happening in Kenya, the relationship they have in Kenya, because I know there's a lot of Somalis in Kenya. And in Kenya, that is dominated by Bantu, like people like us, the Somalis in that country have a lot of power. They have the ministers, they have positions, and they have political power. They give them ability to have political power in that country. So then I also looked at Mauritania, because Senegal is right next door to Mauritania. And if you look at the relationship, the black people in Mauritania, which are supposed to make up majority of the population in Mauritania, the treatment they get from the interaction they have with their counterparts that are Arabic or Berber, terrible. That they are in a subservient position. And everywhere you look, even Sudan, you look, the relationship is the same. And if we take that and superimpose it, and in Nigeria even, if you look at in Nigeria, if you have Fulanis in Nigeria, they will treat them better than the way they treat Nigerians, because they are Fulanis. It's like, why is it that within our culture, we treat other people better? That's why that's my finding. Everywhere you look, you see that same behavior. And it stems from this inferiority complex.
I think
where we have to accommodate people where they don't even accommodate us at all.
You see, with this thing, like in Nigeria, is the effect of colonialism, right? But I don't think it affects all the cultures exactly the same. I would say, for example, that in Borno Empire, that we are quite people who stand for themselves. I don't know whether it's because of the history of the kingdom of the empire, and what we have been able to accomplish. And even when we accepted Islam, it like 1,000 years ago. So when Usman Danfodio came, we were already almost 750 years with Islam, when he came with his jihad. So like even when the prophet, the caliph was still around, the first caliph, the Ottoman Empire, he didn't need any king in between him. He communicated direct with Borno as an empire. So I think for us, we actually stand for ourselves. And what had happened to people
Hold on. Are you saying that you will not treat, if you encounter Arabs versus Nigerians, you will not treat the Arabs better?
We have Arabs, Shua Arabs in Borno State, and they are not treated in any shape or form superior. In fact, they
are poorer
quite
people?
superior.
Are they the
Are they
poorer?
what?
Are they an underclass?
They are not. They have every facet of people in their society, just like ours. There's always, a poor person. There is, a middle class, and there's always
So
an
you have,
elite class.
but would you say
But they don't have any power.
Hold on. Would you say their population? Obviously, maybe their population is very small. But would you say, if you count 100 of their population, they have similar proportion of poor people within their communities as the native black population?
Of course, what they actually, traditionally they are these red camels, so they trade in those red camels. They just herd them. So they have been with us for a lot of years, hundreds of years. In fact, you would be surprised that a typical Kanuri man doesn't want like a Shua Arab woman. If you notice Abacha, our former president, his wife, the former first lady, Mariam Abacha. She's actually Shua. If you look at her very well, she has all the Arabic features.
Is it SHUWA? Shua.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she's sure.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
But what has actually affected us is the fact that to our west, the Fulanis, when the white men came, they felt kind of they have had, a kind of what do I say? They lifted them up, now we were brought under somebody, the Sultan, who we believe should not supposed to be under him. At least the British consulted him over us, in everything that concerned us. So because he is subservient, they require that our people also be subservient, but our people have never been subservient. But we noticed something that, began to change from the way our people behave. Because a lot of people went to, the schools and all that. And that actually changed them, because an aspect of colonialism, you learn it. It's just like a virus. If you don't learn it from your society when you grow up, so that is somehow that the Kanuri is primed to see Western education, especially those who are in the core, hinterland, as something that is bad. And that was why even after when they brought the virus of Boko Haram and all that, a lot of people were still, because they still felt as a culture cheated by the Westerners and the Western ideology. So you can imagine that kind of thing. But because everybody was doing it, that can also infect your culture. Not just to say so. I don't like it when I hear Africans giving this narrative as if we are not.
Yeah, but
like,
I'm reading it right now. You're saying that
I can agree from your point of view.
Hold on. I'm reading that they actually do have very strong economic presence in that state. And this is the thing I'm saying, that you.
What do you mean by economic presence?
They are into this in land ownership, cattle rearing, and livestock rearing. And
now?
Yeah, but I'm saying, by their population, the size of their population, they are outperforming other groups. Like technically, they are outperforming the Kanuri from that point of view. And this is what I'm trying to describe. And you seem not to even recognize it. If that was reversed, let me let you understand something. Let me let you understand something. If that was reversed, like the Bantus in Somalia now will not outperform the Somalis. You see what I mean?
Yes, but you have to understand that we are now under Nigeria. We don't have any power as a culture, if you get me.
Yeah. How do you mean we don't have any power as a culture? How do you mean?
I don't know.
So, Father, what do you mean Shua perform Kanuri? What do you mean?
They are perform Kanuris in terms of the proportion of their population that have stronger economic power. In terms of basically retail,
I think it's the same thing, Joe. Don't worry, I know a lot about.
But it's not.
It's the same thing. Don't try to
no,
because you just look it up.
Hold on,
you just look it up online now.
Why shouldn't I look it up? I will look it up online. I'm not going to rely only on my own opinion. Because if I rely only on my opinion, it's not going to be
It's not sufficient.
Enough. Okay.
See, let me tell you about Shua. They have actually mixed with even the Nigeria, like the Kanuris, the outside. They marry within them, within the Kanuri, the outside. So there is a lot of mixture. They are not new in Nigeria. Shua they are as old as almost Nigeria. So
hold on, Shabaka, have you noticed how the Muslims are reacting to this? This kind of stuff that kill us. You see how they behave? They will
Father, hold on. This is my hold on. This is my problem with you. Don't look at it from the let me finish. Don't look at it from the lens of Muslim.
Yeah, but because it's somehow hold on. You see how two of them just
sing. It has already been primed.
No. Hold on. There was a war in
coincidence.
It's not fair. Don't look at this stuff.
Two of you come to defend the Arabs.
Okay, I want to educate you now. You don't want to listen. This is the problem. So, forefather, don't look at this from the lens of Islam.
Just listen now. Listen.
Kanuri.
None of you defended Trump here.
Kanuri is supposed to be a major tribe in Nigeria. So should I look at them from the lens of tribe, not from the lens of religion? That's the problem you are having. For example, I'll tell you, okay, let me give you an example. When you discussing the South, for example, let's say you discussing the Igbo or the Yoruba or the people from South, you focus on tribe, you don't focus on religion. It's like
I actually focus on tribe. That's why I said Shiwa Arab, but the way he jumped into it again, like
no. I wanted to hold on. Hold on. I wanted to educate you about them. That's what you try to do, not from the angle of religion. Everything is not religion.
You're always educating me in their defense.
Because you don't know anything about them. You are asking questions. I'm surprised you don't even know what is Shua in Nigeria.
Not even about religion, but you still
Shua is very popular in Nigeria. How come you don't know?
Imagine we did the same country.
Okay, let me read the summary. Let me read the summary.
Don't read AI. Let's educate you. We have the information.
You see what he's saying? I should not believe any other authoritative source.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me read it. You know, I do enjoy when AY is squirming.
Kanuri is a very powerful tribe, but in terms of where to, you don't direct them. Kanuri are very rich.
Shua Arabs are noted for their significant economic influence through cattle and businesses, but this doesn't mean all Shua Arabs are wealthier than all Kanuri, as Kanuri are the majority group with varied fortunes. Both are historically significant groups in the Nigerian Northeast. So, what would you say? What's your name? Sorry, Valhalla. What would you say is the percentage of the population that make up the Shua in Borno State?
Roughly 9%, 9-7. I think they should fluctuate around that. Yeah.
Okay.
They are not like.
So, but you
they
can see
very mixed now. That's what I'm trying to.
You can see that from what they said there, their wealth is known, but they qualified it with the fact that the other group is actually the majority. So, but they are not underclasses. But if that was flipped, if you go to Bantu, hold on now. Why are you not taking this seriously?
I know. Look,
this
hold
is a
on.
problem. Because hold on. I'm not going to let people get away with this one. Why do you do this every time? And
go ahead.
When I start saying it's
go ahead, ChatGPT. Go ahead.
You see that? No, it's ChatGPT. When I was talking about the treatment of Bantus in Somalia, if it was them that if the situation was reversed, like the way Black Africans are in Mauritania that we know today, they are Muslims, so their fortunes are worse. Why? You see, this is the thing, and I want people to defend it.
Fofana, hold on, Fofana, help me answer this question. Help me answer this question. Where in the world do you know that Africa, they are dominating any other race in terms of wealth? Where in the world? Which country?
You see, that is my point. Then why are you coming to defend the Shua Arabs?
I'm not defending. We need to. I know where your mind is going. I need to educate you.
You should have just agreed with me instead of coming to debate.
It's not the same with Shua Arabs. No. Hold on. I always speak to this issue. People don't listen. You need to understand your weakness. That's when you will know how to build on it. You know, okay, I have this weakness. What is my way to upliftment? That's what we are not doing.
That's a different thing, though. That's a different thing from the topic I'm discussing.
They're trying to reinforce
that because the point that Shabaka raised was that we tend to have low self-esteem about our own groups, and which I agree that I said he doesn't know how deep he went because I was interested in this and I started looking into it. And I said anywhere we interact with other groups, we tend to be in a shorter position than the other group. We tend to enforce it, even within our own countries. Then I mentioned the Shoah when Valhalla mentioned it. And Valhalla said, no. I think Valhalla didn't mention it. I didn't even bring it to him. He just jumped in and said, oh, no, the Shoah, they are like, they are fine. They are not, we have, because he was trying to say that Borno is not like that. Well, like, how about the Shoah in Borno? They said, no, the Shoah in Borno is not special.
Let me tell you why they are not. Hold on.
When I check, it's clear that you have very strong economic posture than the black ones there.
Fofana, let me tell you why I will say they are not special. Let me tell you why. Okay. When you go to Borno, they don't have political power. Kanuri they control the politics of Borno from governorship to other positions. So even the Kanuri group you are hearing, Kanuri group are very rich too. They are very wealthy, have a lot of wealthy people. In fact, some of them, they've had some of the most wealthiest Nigeria, if you don't know. So I was just trying to actually educate you on that. I know these people well.
Well, my point was that let's just take the point, even if you disagree. But the point I just wanted to make is that you see, when we make it as if as a group we cannot stand for ourselves, and we keep propagating a self-reinforcing narrative that actually how do I say socializes and comes out of our actions. And the generation, because actually children, they learn and imitate what we do rather than what we say. So they see the energy, they see it and the movies or whatever. However, this is not something that cannot be corrected. It can be corrected. What we need to do is to have and the way I talk about the way we're supposed to approach our history and have our own heroes and have our own specific narratives about how we want our next generation to look at their Black ancestry and love it. I think that is where
the only, since this one will not be on ChatGPT, the only thing I will even encourage for father. Sure, women are also very beautiful. In case you need a new wife.
He wants to start again.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
Let me guess. They are lighter skin, isn't it? You see, they are lighter skin. That's why they are so beautiful. You see, all these Africans, they are all traitors.
They are expensive, though. You can contact Bahala. I will give you one.
I wouldn't go out of my way to say light skin is beautiful. I like light skin people.
What about your girlfriend? What about your white girlfriend?
No, I'm telling you. The reason why I'm saying it because
you know what he's doing? He definitely he's in trouble. Ask Topper now. Topper will tell you about Father white girlfriend.
They didn't catch anybody. You know what he's doing? They are beautiful because they are light skinned. We black men, we are not very loyal to our own race at all. We always like to praise other people. Like me now, I'm not going to go out of my way to praise a woman because she's light skinned. No, I'm going to praise our own first. That's me. I'm conscious of that now. But that said, I'm trying to still find their population in this thing. But you don't have
Just
any need
come
to
to
defend
Borno
Arabs.
now. Just come to Borno. Come and
Come
meet
to
them.
Borno.
I like to follow data.
Yeah.
Visit
If I see one
visit
Shua Arab,
Bahala. Don't
I
It's
worry,
a
say,
you are good.
propaganda tool.
what is Shua Arab? If I see one Shua Arab, you think I'm going to use that to make a projection about Borno State? I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, but like
I know they will be doing better than Nigerians. I know they will do better than normal Nigerians.
What, they are Nigerians too. That's not the
No,
right
I
way
know
to
they are
look at it.
Nigerians. You know what I mean? I am saying like the locals, the native Nigerians. They are going to be doing better than them. But if you flip the script and go to Mauritania, you're not going to see the same thing. You go to this in Somalia, you're not going to anywhere we interact with them. And Ewa, you actually said it yourself.
Okay, let me argue the
There's
case.
nowhere we dominate other people, and that's a problem. And it's wrong.
Yeah.
We should be more conscious about these things.
So
That's
that
true,
is
but I
why
want to
that is
put an argument
because
to you
because
forefathers.
because some I'm sorry, because sometimes it seems we are foolish. What we talk about is my tribe. These are things we should focus on. How to build, how to come together and build. Kind of. That's what we don't have that.
Yeah, I think if we want to start really taking things seriously, African Americans, one of the ways I think Osheju Jackson, I don't know whether you know about him, Shabaka. He was doing a live stream about how to get leverage, that African Americans to have leverage with African leaders so that Africans can treat them better in Africa. And I said, the African leaders come to UN every year. Why don't you go gather? They have a meeting, and if you have to ambush them, you ambush them. If you have to kidnap them, you kidnap them. After all, we don't know where our president is right now. You go and have a meeting with them regularly so that you guys can discuss path forward to how both sides can collaborate. I'm really shocked. Today, I'm shocked and surprised that meeting is still not happening today in America every year. It should be almost annual meeting, and whenever they go to UN, then they book another one where African leaders actually have chance to talk to African Americans. That's something that you should have organized a long time ago.
Yeah, our people.
Black Panthers.
Yeah, let Shabaka comment on this, please.
Okay, comment, Shabaka.
In the United States, African Americans, we're not very organized, even on a civic level, on a local level. So, I mean, like when you talk about the average African American, they can't tell you anything about geopolitics. They can't tell you anything about local politics. Like we're not very politically astute here. So, trying to galvanize a critical mass in order to actually hold someone accountable on a national level, that as of now, that's not very realistic. It would have been more realistic in like the 60s and 70s, but from a contemporary standpoint, in African American culture, we're not very we don't have a lot of unity. We don't have a lot of similar ideals. Just on a base level, there's a lot of confusion within our demographic.
But there is the Black Caucus, and there is also one.
They're not effective. The Congressional Black Caucus works for the Democratic Party.
And Louis Farrakhan, people like that, like somewhere something happened in between.
Do you think it's the Obama effect?
There's no organization.
Vahala, I wanted to ask a question because this is my own theory. I feel like maybe it's the Obama effect that is preventing any African American leader from emerging again, because it appears since his time, other African American leaders have melted into.
I disagree actually.
Who, Obama?
Yeah, do you think is that Obama seems to be a de facto leader in the African American community?
No, he's not. I mean, from a grassroots level, no. Like Barack Obama, when it comes to mainstream politics, when it comes to mainstream politics, you're not going to see that. It's not reflective of grassroots issues or modus operandi of the average African American. The politicians that get to the mainstream, they're Democratic cronies. You're not gonna. It's very rare.
Think about it. What I'm saying here is, my observation is, let's say something happens in America now, and African Americans are getting hit. Let's say something is happening to them; they're getting attacked. I get a feeling that the linchpin in the African American community would be Obama, Michelle, because they are not just. Sorry, hear me out. I know that this is a weird way of looking at it. This is not like, because I feel like they are respected not only within, as a matter of fact, they are probably not even that respected in the African American community, but they are respected in the other communities more than the African American community. So if they came out and said, "Oh, you know what? This is unacceptable. This is what you can do." They are not just African American leaders; they are also American leaders. They are these people that have been president before, and they are quite popular within the country. Don't you think that is something that there's a power in it to an extent that these people wield within the system?
When it comes to African American politicians, just as not even Obama, the modus operandi, they must go out of their way to show that they're not impartial towards or partial towards our people. So they go out of their way to say, like Barack Obama said, I'm not the first black president, I'm everybody's president. So they go out of their way not to do things specifically directly for our people, because that's looked in a negative light from the average American citizens that's not black. So
But that does that not conversely endear them more to the other communities, giving
yes, it
them
does,
a
and
hearing?
they work in the other communities' interests and not ours. So that's why I'm saying they're not effective. Mainstream politicians in America are, but that's a lot of that has to do with us not being organized and us not having a collective agenda, though, because like from a historical standpoint, ever since the 1965 Civil Rights Act, the African American community has voted largely Democrat, and the Democratic Party knows that they can just put out anything and black people are going to follow them. I'm not a proponent of Republicans either, because they're deleterious to us too. But it's just from a default standpoint, mainstream politicians are going to be Democrat, and they already have an agenda that they're following, and it's not to benefit our people. Majority, like if you go to cities where there's black mayors, they're going to be Democratic mayors, and those cities are the most rampant with crime and degenerate, like they substitute degenerate behavior. Like when they brought in all the Venezuelans and everything, and the communities in Chicago and all in the Northeast to overpopulate and destabilize the quote unquote neighborhoods, but they're already in bad condition. But it's just our problems are from a lack of organization.
I agree with you on that. I have often said that in the African American community that I don't see any leadership there, and there don't seem to be any direction. And recently was when I started wondering, maybe it's the Obama effect, because just before Obama came along, there was Jesse Jackson, and our shopping was more prominent. And
They are the same people in the 60s now.
yes, but they didn't have a chance. I guess if you want to say they handed over to Obama, but they didn't get a chance to hand over to people that came after them. So, and Obama had just been sitting there, to me, in my mind, as a de facto leader in the black community, without actually, like an absentee landlord, more like. He's not doing anything. He's just there as a political figure that in case something goes and blows up. I actually strongly believe it. I wouldn't say strongly, strong, definitely Obama, nothing strongly. But I actually think that if something was going down in America today, let's say the black community was being disadvantaged, attacked for whatever reason, because of Obama's presence there, they will pack an extra punch, because there are other people that will see Obama as like not racial. It's not very racial. And whenever, like when something happened to George Floyd or other African Americans, when he comes out to speak, people do listen to him, especially in the Democratic side, which is a significant population, by the way.
You see my problem with you forefathers, eh? You have this you have this tendency to overanalyze that sometimes you lose the bigger picture.
You may be right. I see. I'm just trying to.
There is hardly any true politician in America any longer. They are always plants. Obama is a plant. The Republicans are plants. They are serving agendas. So Americans have this illusion that somehow they are the ones who are choosing their leaders. Meanwhile, all of them are just corporate interests. They don't work for you. They are already pre-programmed. So remove that
man.
from
It's
your mind so
not
that you can
necessarily
see what
true,
is really
man.
happening.
Come on.
Obama is not there for anybody's interests.
Now, what he's saying is true. I'm on a local level. On a local level, you can directly affect your elected officials, but on a federal level, no. On a federal level, you have no control on
influence in
where.
America. Are you telling me Obama doesn't have influence in America?
Not, I mean, he not really. He's a Democratic prop up plan. Like that's what Obama was propped by the Democrats. It's more of a.
If you want to go and run for Congress now or anything, Obama shows up at your locality, is he not going to get you thousands of votes?
If I seen Obama, I would disparage him in person. He
But
would get votes.
After he would not get you votes.
Nah, I mean he could get you votes, but again, like you got to realize, like the average African American is brainwashed by Democrats. Like they're gonna vote for anything that's with the Democratic Party, regardless. Like they voted for Hillary Clinton, and she literally went up there and said, brought up hot sauce and did all the black characters and stuff, and people still voted for in mass numbers. Like the Democratic Party just goes around disrespecting, and they know that black people's gonna vote for them regardless.
My thinking is that in that direction, if we are going in that direction, is that the African American community should decouple themselves from any of the political parties. And to be fair, I'm not even sure politics is any way to win power in America.
It's not.
America, voting has never been a way to win power.
It's about economics and organization.
Yeah, you have to play the game behind the scenes. That's where the power truly comes from.
But there's a glass ceiling in America, though. That's my thing with us. In my opinion, we need to expropriate our resources and put them in the motherland. Because in America, there's a glass ceiling. In my opinion, this is a place where you accrue resources and you expropriate the resources to have a more say on power.
God bless you. That's a very strong point. That was exactly.
So let me just. There's somebody backstage. Let me just. MC Onwa Lenga. If you want to come on, you have to have your camera on. I'll bring you on if you want to join the conversation. Please your camera on. I saw you put it on just now. You put it back off. So if you want to join, you can put it back on. Sorry, go ahead. He said something important, didn't he? AY, you were saying that he said something regarding expropriating resources.
Yeah, what he said is so true, right? That's exactly what Akon also said, right? Akon belief is that America is not meant for blacks. Say, go back home. This is Akon belief. So, because now a lot of African Americans begin to visit Africa, go to Africa. When they go there, they see how they are accepted in the society. That actually encouraged them. A lot of them are investing in Ghana now, as a matter of fact. So Nigeria is supposed to be that place where they would have, every black nation would have called home. Unfortunately, things are really working good in Nigeria. But even the last time I traveled, I actually met some black people in Abuja. So things are gonna change. So it's just we need to have that synergy. So between the Africa and Africa Americans. So we need to get to a point where we realize that we are the same people. We are one in terms of marriage, in terms of we kind of work together, because when they go back to Africa, nobody cares. If you go to Nigeria, Africa America, go to Nigeria, nobody cares. Have your land, build your house. Family will even adopt you. Come,
live your life.
Don't worry,
Enjoy
you're good.
your life.
So this is the kind of future the African man should think about. Not even. That's why I always fight when people try to break, even we did in Nigeria. You try to break up the country, segregating people. We should look for even a larger group. We should look for a way to form even a larger group to be powerful.
Yeah, but the problem, AY, is that there is no. And to me, if you really want to leverage that, is from the US, because the US has one of the most powerful and densest population of black people outside this in Africa. And if they can just meet, because according to Shabaka, he says the Congressional Democratic Caucus, yeah, they are not interested in such. They did meet for it briefly with Ghanaian people years ago, but they don't seem consistent. And I agree with you, they seem to too focused on this rainbow nation kind of thing where they fight for other people instead of worrying about their communities, which is a bit strange, because other people fight for their communities all the time. So that is where the core is. Who do our leaders meet in America? They don't have people to meet in America.
Lack of leadership.
Let me tell you, the truth is, if you know what is going on in America, you will be shocked, man. Like somebody was talking about today, oh, do you know the poverty in China? I'm listening to the person, I forgot what I was talking about. I'm just looking. So this thinking of America, everybody live in heaven, you know, is, bro, there are places you go in America. Trust me, my village is actually better. See, you will not even understand. You will understand the you don't understand the level of poverty. Maybe Shabaka will educate you. Like, people cannot even pay rent. Like, if you see the area they live, when you see the ghetto, you like, bro, you're not gonna park your car, you're gonna run. You know nothing. Let me just keep quiet. I don't, except you really visit, you see this issue, you're gonna cry, like, oh, this is America, this is, you will not believe it. So these are quite bad in some aspect of it. Yeah, it's just purely survival for the fittest, elimination for the unfit. So anything goes in America.
Yeah, and our quote unquote elites that have accrued capital, they're sold out to the power structure. They're not trying to benefit the group at large, and they don't view, there's not a collective view anymore of the group. That's
They
the
are now
main problem.
classes. When they have money, they are in the class, so they are no longer you.
You
That's
know,
the problem. If you don't have
Candice
a
Owen said
culture.
something the other day. Candice Owen said something that they are kind of corralled into not doing something. There's only a certain arena they are allowed to operate in. I'm not sure that is true because she tried to reference Kanye West, saying that she glimpsed that from them, that there are certain things they're not allowed to do, that if black people are rich. And it's very interesting if that is true, because there are certain areas
There is some
we are not
evidence to
present at
support
all. We are not present in some areas at all, like completely absent. It's really
And that's
odd.
because the areas that we basically thrive in are controlled by other groups of people. If we had more control in industrial sectors, it would be less. We would have less effects by other groups of people. But like, if you're an athlete or an entertainer, somebody else is in direct control of you having those opportunities to accrue capital. So that's a large part why. Most of you're going to be rare to find a black millionaire or millionaire that's not in entertainment.
Let's welcome hello. Thank you for joining us on this day. Happy New Year. I hope you had a great festive season. I'm glad you stepped in here today to join us, unlike some of these other women that joined us. I appreciate you for coming here. So what do you make of the conversation we're having? We're just discussing how we as a people have somehow forgotten other groups that were sold from the continent, and we are not interacting with them at all. It's really odd. And I really felt it when Masca, lamented our behavior. Like, our people were sold into slavery, and we pretend as if it never happened on that continent. In Nigeria today, there is no real effort to try to make amends or bridge the gap or trying to even work together. Given all the potential that is there, it's strange the behavior of our leaders towards that goal. So I don't know what you make of it. You can come at it from any direction, because I Show Speed was where we're talking about it from the point of view of I Show Speed going to Africa and people welcoming him so well.
Hello, forefathers. Hi, everyone else here. I think as Black people, or as a people, without colorism, as humans, we have a very long way to go. First of all, when the foundation is faulty, everything else will not make sense. So we need to go back to our foundations and decide how we are going to move forward, learn from the past so that the events of the past will not engulf us, heal if we need to go for healing, whatever we can do to heal that. We can't keep blaming ourselves or one another for the other person's demise. Mistakes have happened. Not that we shouldn't have remorse, by how we relate with one another, how we treat each other. Tolerance is very important. We have to work on our mindsets. It is the foundation of everything. If a person's mindset is thwarted, you can just believe anything. You will easily swayed. If you don't know who you are, we need to rediscover ourselves and then go from there. If we don't know who we are, and today you are born, you're told your parents fought millions of wars, you do not know history, you don't know your left from your right, you believe whatever they tell you. Sometimes parents may not even get the right picture of the story. So you need to educate yourself and then maybe re-educate your parents and everyone around you so that your children will have a better future. I would want a better future than what my parents had and a peaceful, better world. I believe we can all coexist regardless of our differences. After all, our differences make us even more beautiful because if we're all one homogeneous kind of thinking like a sheep, one way direction, the world ain't gonna be beautiful. The attraction will not be, there won't be any contrast for beauty.
Yeah.
So with the Ice of Speed stuff, I watched it, and I even watched his father. It's called Daddy Speed. Ignorance is not an excuse. Not all Black Americans are ignorant, and not all Africans are ignorant. I would not. The ones that refuse to learn their root and blame it on the social media, or Africans blaming things, their ignorance on propaganda or colonialism, it's happened. And what have you learned from it? How have you bettered yourself? Every day we depend on the social media now. YouTube is owned by who? What do we have to call ours? We have to re-educate our mindset, create our own lifestyles, create our own social media, create our own internet. Imagine if they take everything and say, okay, no more YouTube. Where will your channel be now?
Exactly.
If they say no more Facebook, who is going to listen to? How are we going to communicate with one another? We don't have anything. So until we have something that we can build on, that is ours, that we can stand on our two legs without anyone coming to our aid, we are going nowhere, and we blame it on Oyibo. They fought wars. They wanted to survive. In the world we live in today, is survival of the fittest. What are you going to do? Are you going to say because a thief came into your house and made away with all your belongings, you're going to keep blaming them? You have to secure yourself, whichever you put yourselves first. Without emotions, you use your head, create your own internet system, create your own YouTube. You are intelligent, isn't it? Or are we not? Are we fulfilling their prophecies that our brains are smaller than chimpanzees? Hell no, Neil. So we have to do those things and start to liberate ourselves in every possible ways, including medicine, in every department. You know,
Yeah.
without that, we keep blaming ourselves. We can come here every day and speak grammar, say whatever, say we are Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, Kanuri. If we don't have anything to call our own, our children have no foot to stand on. They can just bomb us anytime they like. Imagine what is happening in right now. Eh? Someone is coming from somewhere to come and sow a seed of discord in the name of religion, and everyone is watching and using religion to play ping pong on top of our head.
Yeah.
Can't we survive even without all this religious whatever? Can't we just come together for once and build our house and put it in order and not blame anyone? If you don't open door for a thief or someone to come and attack you, they won't come. Now there's an excuse for them to humiliate us. This is not humiliation, but it's a wake-up call for us to know that we have everything to build stuff. You don't have to show it publicly, but do the right thing, because one day it will be like a shark to be swallowing the small fishes. Yeah, it's going to happen. It's not far from now. Everyone will be answering their father's name Nobody is coming to save you. You only save yourselves. And maybe people who want to relocate to Africa, nice weather and everything, think the house you're running away from, that we ran away from, that we say is not good, we didn't make good for ourselves and children, that some people actually will give everything to come and habitate there while we are fighting because of religion. For me, I would want Nigeria to be no religion. No religion, no Christianity, no, it's nothing, nada. Redefine ourselves, throw away all those things, and decide how we're going to do it. Put a law, whichever way that is going to benefit our own system, not Oyibo system, and follow it. Without that, whether you're a black in Africa or in America, denying who you are because you thought you were sold. And the ones that sold their brother don't have no remorse, that sometimes when your brother is telling you that they are pained out of trauma, you still keep stabbing them in the same, the wound that is refused to heal. Everyone should meet at a point of peace. It's very important. Without a solid, peaceful state of mind, everyone is, the madness level will be very high. There's no hope. For me now, there's no hope for us, so we are finished.
Yeah, I'm really
No
worried
matter
the
how
same way.
much degrees you have individually, how much motor you have, one day they will just come and say, I beg, give me that your gold in Zamfara, give me that your gas in Imo, give me that. What are we going to do? You go and carry spare and water and Obunigwe. What are you going to do?
I
So
must
that's my
say,
submission.
someday, you know, people like you, it will be good that you are in Nigeria, putting some heat on those people. Same thing for me too. I have to
You
say.
want me to buy me?
No, so they will not. Natasha has managed.
They will buy me say Adibo now. They'll turn into this thing.
No, Pia no go let them. Pia no go let them. I must say, you are one of the few that really can see with this eye. Not that many can, and it's a very, very important thing because it's life we are talking about here, and it's not. It sounds like we are laughing about it now, but it's serious. It's serious issues that we are discussing here because we are talking about an entire group of people that are in a compromised position. But we'll see what the future holds because Trump seems to be upending a lot of things now, and we'll see how everything shapes out. I'm thinking there's only one tiny hope I see there for Africa is South Africa. Nigeria is gone. Nigeria, if anything happens now, Nigeria is gone. Nigeria is in no way in any position to do anything. Our leaders are not, they were not ready.
Forefathers, I beg now. You know me, I be eternal optimist. Even though I have my pessimism, I no one make it affect others. So even if you think something bad will happen, have a little bit of hope. All hope is not lost. We are not yet lost. If we say we are lost, then why do anything?
I agree with your point. Remember,
let
me put the caveat. Let me put the caveat. I'm saying if
put
what
some
Trump is
positive
doing,
energy out there, and your show
no, there's no positive energy to be put. You have to tell the truth. If what Trump is doing represents a total shift in the world,
I don't agree.
Calm down. If it represents a total shift in the world, whereby a new kind of Berlin conference has come to fruition, have predicted it that if this happens, our fate is sealed for more than 100 years to come. Because the operation we experienced before was from a relatively small population of the people in Europe. Now they even have more power and more population on top of them. You have China that is over 1 billion, and you have America, you have this in Europe, you have this in Russia, and you have India. If they reach a new Berlin conference and Africa is still without any form of defense, we are the only people. Remember, we are the only race without major big race in the world that don't have that kind of protection. We are done, and there's no need to sugarcoat it. If you go to my channel, one of the first 3-4 videos I made, that was more than 3-4 years ago. First one is why are we so underdefended? Secondly, about the opportunities that are coming up now, and those opportunities, the window is closing as time goes, and if that window closes, we are in. It's just what it is. Why should I be optimistic about it? You expect them to fall and die? They are not going to fall and die. These are and I say it all the time. There are continent killers out there, and we walk around thinking that this is a joke. When the time comes, Can you imagine if after they had the Berlin Conference, somebody's optimistic in Africa? After they had the Berlin Conference, somebody with insight is being optimistic. Oh, we can make it. It's all right. We're not going to get colonized. We'll survive. No, it's over. The decision is already made. And you have to understand that. Maybe, just maybe, you might be able to.
I wish you could say some things online, but we can't. So we should just push past this.
I understand where you're coming from. Mine is just raw analysis. I'm not being emotional about it. It's raw analysis. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it because these are the basic facts. And the people that are hearing me, if they think they are panicked, you better panic and hope that's not what is going on now. Because if that's not what is going on now, we still have a window of opportunity to get our act together. Because when that happens, in the Bible, woe unto the mother with child. Because there's no mercy on that day. Once it happens, it's already happened. It's too late. What is the point of you are expecting to sugarcoat it now? What is the point of sugarcoating? It's already happened. So I'm not going to subscribe to that. To be fair, I've been shouting here for 2.5 years when I saw that, because I didn't know anything myself. I didn't have a clue about all these things myself. It's not even 2.5 years ago. It's more than going to 4-5 years now, because it was during the time when there was lockdown. That's when I started discovering all this information. So that's more than 5 years. I've been screaming about these things.
We are still late to the party.
Look at that. Okay, fine. Let's move on. Because if I start getting into this mode, I lose my mind a little bit. But I really appreciate Hello for coming in about this, because this is something that our men need to be ashamed. I'm telling you. I was watching you, Valhalla. I was watching you, Valhalla, very closely when she said, left for her, she wouldn't want religion in Nigeria. You started laughing.
Yes.
Why were you laughing?
I not wanting religion, I think, is one of the things that a lot of us confuse, because we need something to hedge our beliefs, our morality to be grounded. I feel this is just, I know it's subjective, so I'm just talking for me when I'm talking about spiritual things. I feel as if you are not spiritual, you are not actually reaching your essence, like you are not having the full spectrum of human experiences. You tend to be more secular, more rational, but I think you are not vibrating and you are not existing at the frequency in which you enjoy life, because you tend to try to put logic and you want to explain everything. Meanwhile, you don't have the mind. I don't know how to explain it to you, but I just feel that you miss a lot if you.
But what are the Chinese using now? What is the Chinese using? Do they have any spiritual system?
I think they do. I think they do. They are very what do I say? Confucius. What is Confucius?
It's Confucianism and Buddhism. Buddhism and Confucianism.
Buddhism is more spiritual. I think Confucius is more of a lifestyle or.
Yeah, it's civics. It's more about civic structure.
Its foundation is actually religious, because it had all the elements that you want, because they're actually using breathing, this binary vibrational thing. So I think spirituality actually exists when you can connect to the earth, to the
so spirituality to you, is it some psychological way of making peace with the world, or is it something more than that?
I don't think as much as you can explain consciousness, I think spirituality is also something that is kind of subjective. For me, I feel as if it's just like you feel hunger. I feel a connection to the Almighty, if that makes sense. In some way.
But why can't you do that without the religion?
I think it's possible, but I know that this is my method of getting there. You get what I mean? If I want to connect with God, I just do ablution.
So if they want to pray, if Hello this thing gets to Nigeria now, and the leader of a revolution and says, all hell with religions, you're going to back her?
I don't think that is fair. I won't back her because it's not fair. It's not even.
Come on, man. That's a juro. Okay, go ahead.
Can I say something? If
Yeah.
I'm put in power and I say no religion, hell, dare me not, baby. Let me not.
Oh, you see
I'm
that?
gonna deal with wait. Let me not. If I say not, Papa, Mama, try me. I finish them, man. Don't try me.
You see
I
that?
will not tolerate that. What I want to say is that what I meant by no religion doesn't mean a person should not have a personal relationship. Many people call it religion, but do you know that people have a way of life and worship that is spiritual? Some people
Yes.
can call it meditation. You have something that is up there that is giving you that supernatural power and connection. That's a place of safety you run to, a supreme somebody to you that is sacred, that helps to guard your moral perspectives and behaviors in life and make you a better person away from crimes. That's fine. It doesn't have to be called religion. That's my point. I'm not saying do not
Ah,
relate with the God you want, yes. But
do
we
you
should
believe in freedom
not
of thought?
worship a foreign God. We should create our own God, but
Oh,
on a national level, have a law that does not accept anything religion. Do practice
Yeah.
it personally, be a better person, keep the law. If
Mm.
it helps you to be good, fine. I will come to your ceremony if you're doing something. I will come. I'll celebrate
Yeah.
with you, but on the law, do not put it on the law. I do not want to see any religious law at all, be it Christian or I
Yeah.
do not care. Because when
Yeah.
are you
everyone, imagine
the
if
vote
every
for that?
person's religion is represented in that law, then the house is already divided. There's no
Yeah.
strength there. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying people should throw away their belief system, no. But I'm saying we are using religion in a negative way that is affecting us, even politically. What has religion
Yes,
got to do
just
with
because somebody
politics?
is doing something, you don't throw the baby with the bathwater. I think there is a way to do it. You can make religions private, and you can put a guardrail such that another individuals or groups, structure is not, harmed in any shape, way, or form. And yeah, in that way. But a religion is a community. It's where people feel a sense of purpose. They have to surround themselves with some kind of ritual for them to feel that. Now if you
I thought it
force
was
it that
individual
you
a
want
moment
your
ago.
own.
Now it's a
No,
community.
she's saying no, religion has to be a community. She's saying, yeah, religion is a community now.
But she said
It's
it should be a personal thing.
Yeah, that is where the tyranny comes from. It's actually tyranny to say people must
Ah,
do things a certain way.
Hassan, how
It's
can you say it's
tyranny.
tyranny? Will I
Yeah,
come
what
and
do you
bargain
want?
with you? I won't bargain with you for any religion. I
That
won't.
you want to
I
be
will not bargain
another
with.
Stalinist.
Yeah,
We gave you a
but
Stalin. So let us take note.
you want to say something,
It's,
Shabaka?
yeah, to me, I agree with the sister's sentiments in regards to religion, but to me, I think it's more Abrahamic religions because the tenets of Abrahamic religions are dogmatic. They think that their religion, if you're not following their religion, then that's the only religion, and any other religion is wrong. I think that's the problem with the since the imposition of Abrahamic religions, that's when you have problems with religions because what I've researched in history throughout the African continent, when people had their spiritual systems, nobody was warring over that. People let
Yeah.
everybody, and even with the introduction of Abrahamic religions, it's not until you get these extremist groups that it's a problem. Like when you look at what the Almoravids did, they viewed it the Islam that people in Songhai were practicing was haram, so they came down there and they imposed on them regular Islam, and that's the same thing with Boko Haram. If you're not following Wahhabism, Salafi Islam, then they feel like you're not practicing Islam, really. And that's the problem with
You're
Abraham
quite
religion.
knowledgeable
We
about
even
Islam,
have. Oh,
Shabaka.
sorry.
I'm impressed. Most Nigerians don't even know this.
No, look at that.
I'm
No,
impressed.
no,
Oh,
don't
wait,
start now.
Hassan. This is not an
I'm
attack on
impressed.
you. Wait now,
What's
wait,
not
my
an
brother.
attack?
Wait,
No.
the
Okay,
Allah,
you don't
okay?
Before
get
you come
you
back
don't get
now.
Muslim now. You want frost. You answer you they salivate, but hit me.
Wait, so yeah. Is it Nagode? Yes. So all I'm saying, even we have Christians that are extremists, too. Believe you me, we have them. We have a lot of Christians that are extremists, but maybe they do it in a different way, coercive. Even all these church offering, they will say, oh, when you come to church, don't if you come with £10 here, you don't come, don't give offering. That is, trickerism. It's now become personal, misinterpretation. Spiritualism is unique. It's beautiful. No one should take that away from anybody. That's my point. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
be it Christianity, Islam, Buddhism. Practice what you believe in. It's good, as long as it's giving you joy. Because a man with a complete sense of upliftment has good mental state of mind to achieve things. You know. So that's my point.
I
So
think
it's
that
nothing to like attack.
what Shabaka said about Abrahamic religion is quite apt to. He keeps touching on points.
Don't give you,
Look at that,
don't
look
give
at
you,
that.
don't give you
Look at that.
ammo.
I like to roast you guys a lot. I do enjoy roasting you now and again. Because you're so stubborn. See, point is, the Abrahamic religion, they are responsible for some of the most violence in the world today, actually.
Yes, it's true.
And
And the
they
problem is,
dominate
if you
it,
look
like
at our history,
80%,
wait,
90% of the violence in the world,
let me
they
push
dominate
back on
it.
this a little bit. I'm not saying it's not right, but I'm saying the data sets that usually when this argument is made is taken out of the last 3,000 years, and what religions actually dominated the last
I'm doing
3,000
for the
years.
last 5
Now,
years.
make her finish now. Make
Not
her
3,000
finish.
in 5 years.
Yeah, no, make her finish. So the last 3,000 years, these religions actually dominated. So when you look at the world in that lens, especially the known world before the Americas and all that, you see that religion was an us versus them thing. It was a means to conquer another person and another people, to expand the empire. So when for example, let me talk about Islam, where I'm more knowledgeable. When the Prophet died, and after the four caliphs, Ulama the Rashidun, when they died, his companions, what actually happened was just an empire that is based on kinship, like what they are doing now in Saudi Arabia and all that. So actually, what people tend to practice and is defined as Sharia and is established as religious norm. It's not that actually so fixed. It is subject to interpretation. So I think there is a place where, for example, even within the religion where we are separate from, where as a Sufi, I would say I do not agree with this interpretation and how you see things like this, like that, because the Prophet did not do it this way. So I think there is a place and time for different interpretations. What the Wahhabists tend to do is actually take a 7th century interpretation. They think that they want a modern day man to live like he is in 7th century Arabia. And you see where there is a disconnection. So I think it is unfair to take this person's misunderstanding and extremism and then just spray it on all of us and just
Hold on. That is not appropriate. You see, if somebody is talking in the context of all the religion, you can't say, "Oh, let's worry about a little bit of the religion." It's still part of
no. I think it's the fundamental.
Let me finish. It's still part of the ecosystem of the religion. I'm not going to say, "Oh, that fundamentalist that is saying is Islamist is now part of the Hindu ecosystem." It's not true, because the Hindu have their own that you have to associate with the Hindu religion too. So, but if you look at the population
and
of,
they can also be brutal too. We have seen it in Myanmar.
Let me put the population of the this in Abrahamic religions. I put total population of Christians, Muslims, and Jews dominated nations in the world is accounted for 2.3 billion, and I think we have 88 billion population in the world right now. And if you look at most of the violence going on in the world today, they are
what did you
linked
say,
to this group.
2.3 billion?
I think we are just about 8 billion in population in the world today. And but I'm a bit surprised that it is 2.3 billion people that are Muslim, Christians, and this in Jews. Jews are basically a few million, so they don't count that much. Okay, no, I think it's more than that actually, because I think there are 2.3 most Christians, 2.3 billion Christians, so it's about 4 billion altogether. So they are
do the math. Do check your chat GPT, be sure.
It's not ChatGPT, it's Google, by the way. And you know how people are against learning. So point is that it's about 4 billion people, It's not even up to 4 billion technically. It's about half the population of the world, but they make up a significant proportion of the casualties and violence in the world. And you have to admit that that is a fact. If you look at the conflict that have gone on in Ukraine, both Christian nations, Gaza, Christian Jews, Syria, Christian, Muslim, Christian, Muslim, Nigeria, Christians, Muslim, on and on and on, everywhere you go. They are the ones. If you look at the Indian ones, yeah, they have skirmishing here and again with Bangladesh here and no, but nothing big. Chinese have their own and again, nothing that big. Pardon?
It happens. Look, it happens now. Look at what happened in Tibet. Look at what happened in Myanmar. Look at what happened in Bhutan. Look at there are a lot of
casualties are not that significant.
Religion. So I don't think
the casualty level. I think Myanmar is even is it not Muslim too?
Who was doing the genociding?
I think outside of our culture, I've seen like other spiritual systems or religions be more combative. But like when I look at throughout history in Africa, I don't see that. Like when you look, for example, with the Mosi people, when the Nakomse, which are the ruling class, which come from the Dagbani people, when they came into what Burkina Faso is now, Mosi land now, they encountered the Tangabisi, which are the Yonyose, and they were practicing their own spirituality, but they came in as a ruling class and they just coexisted. In order for the Nakomse, the Mogul Nabas to be kings, they had to consult the Yonyose, which is the people that are originally there. So I mean, it's not when I look out throughout history, it was never those type of problems. Everybody was tolerant of what they did until Abrahamic religions became introduced. It was problems. So I think we really need to really reevaluate what positive and what negatives that it brings. I'm not saying for it because it's not realistic to ask everybody to just put it down, but people need to actually do evaluative criteria to see what it's actually bringing and what it's not. And in my opinion, the negatives far outweigh the positives.
And I must say, when the world moved away from religious focused nations, the advancement sped up after the period of enlightenment that they called it, and they started making states secular instead of centered around religion. As a matter of fact, that was when they founded America too.
I will argue that it is more like the religion actually provided the foundations for the Enlightenment that happened in Europe, from where all this scientific method itself, actually ignited. I think religion is very fundamental because it brought, a large amount of people into a common ground where it tethered them, rooted them, where they could organize. And the whole bureaucracy you are seeing today, all these things, came as a result of a fusion of, Yuval Noah Harari said in one of his books, I've forgotten which one, that as human beings, we actually tell ourselves each other stories that we all believe in. That is how we tend to find common ground. Now, the methods in which, cultures or religions actually used to pass that method, that story, kind of matters. And there is a time and space for an idea that it might become, completely, done with. For such things as how do I define them? For things of law and things like that. But as of spirituality, there is no way you can separate yourself from it. You have to carry it. And if a religion is communal, then it's always going to be you doing it with a lot of other people. Now, that religion has to have, humanity at its core, but there is this double speak that always happen with religions also, that it usually comes not from a good place, because leaders, when they want to galvanize troops, when they want to go for war, when they need to conquer, they need to sell a narrative. The reason why Trump is seen today as some form of monster is because he chose to use, not actually borrow from, the propaganda leaflet that the United States is used to, because you want to rile up something in your men or your population when you want to go to war, because, the stakes are high. Now, this is where religion comes in handy, and a lot of leaders are misusing it That is where, if you look at it,
but religion was handy when people didn't
even the
understand.
priests, no, even
Let me
when
finish.
we
Let me
want
finish what
our
I'm
own
saying. Let me finish
traditional ones,
Hello wanted to say something. Hello, okay, hello, please go
the
ahead.
priests can be corrected. Go ahead.
Hold on, let her just go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, guys. Since I'm the only lady here today, thank you. So, I just want to say, during the Enlightenment in England here, the religion was homogeneous. Don't forget that. It's different from the Scottish religion, somehow.
When was
So,
the Enlightenment you are talking about? What era? What year? From what year to what year?
in the
Please, we are not
80s, religion in the UK here is homogeneous. That's why they are fighting now. If you know what is happening now, there is a silent revolution about maintaining that same religion. That's why some people left here to settle in America, because in the UK here, there is something you have to study to be here. It's called life in the UK test. You
tell you the
must
truth.
know
I
the.
don't think what is
It's a
happening in the
homogeneous.
UK is no, there is no.
Let me
The problem
finish.
with
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Christianity is
Let me finish, because
just
I
capitalism dressed in.
it's something I
Go
read
ahead.
that I'm sure about 200%, that there was a time when the kings were going for war, religious war to conquer, something like that. But in the UK here, it was one religion that was dominant, and any other religion that challenged it was frowned upon. And some of them had to leave here to go to America to settle, because they were not allowed to do that. And in a country where the religion is homogeneous, you can easily agree. But in a country where there are unhomogeneous, like now in Burkina Faso and other places of the empires in the north, they had homogeneous
Have
religion.
you bothered
It's
to
very.
ask when the
Let me
kings
finish
came,
now.
how many people, what they did?
Let me finish. I need to give you go and get more, learn more about this UK history. Okay, learn more about it. The
No, I know
Enlightenment
where
you're
you are
talking
going. I
about.
think you are
Religion here
confusing what
is.
I'm
No,
saying.
wait, I'm not confusing. I can assure you that
Go ahead.
I just did a test on this. There's a test here you have to do, and there's a solid history you have to know. It is written by the UK people, so I'm not going to add to their history. That's what they said. And if you check the UK
Just
history in
go
the
ahead.
background, they have a particular religion that they stand upon, and any other religion that challenges it, they see it as a threat. And you see them on the street. Like Church of England is what it is. It's practiced here. So it is homogeneous, okay? So in Nigeria, for example, it is not homogeneous. That's why I made that suggestion. I'm not saying people should throw away their religions. After all, the settlement in Nigeria happened the way it happened. It's beautiful.
I
Where
know,
people found
right?
themselves, you can't
Hold on,
dispute.
I think you touched on something. I think while you are saying that, it occurred to me what the the distinguishing factor, because before the secular society was founded, most states were based on religion, and hence, if you want to make decision on that state, you have to have a homogeneous religion. Like in the case of England, when Church of England was dominant, everybody has to toe the line as Church of England, because that's how you govern the state too. It was linked to the state. But if you notice, when they decoupled it from the state, when they made it secular, then the Scottish Church and the Catholics in Ireland can participate
That's
and
again,
everything.
yes.
So, and if that's why I said the modern, during the Enlightenment period, they decoupled religion from the state. And okay, I wanted to ask you a question. Don't think I'm trying to troll you, but just to find out what you think about this. Do you think if we are kind of making an amendment in the Nigerian constitution to remove Islam from the constitution?
I'm not only going to remove Islam, I'll remove any religion. Like I said,
No, I
I'm not.
have an
I'm
idea.
not.
Is what is
I'm
Valhalla? I
not.
want to answer. Is
I
Valhalla?
am not against any
I want
religion.
Valhalla to squirm. I want Valhalla to squirm. Please go ahead.
We should remove them
I
now.
need to squirm.
Now
You see,
rebellious.
that's not the honest answer you are giving there. You are trying to be dodgy. Do you
No,
want it
but
to be
not. I had wanted to clarify what I meant when I was talking about the Enlightenment era. Okay, I'm talking about from the 15th century up to the development of the steam engine. Something happened in the way, because in the way the Anglo-Saxons changed their life. And what happened? They started scholarship, they started to learn. And where were they getting their material, their books from? Let me just ask you, where were they getting their materials from? Where? Even like the Bible, the English saw it through Greek glasses. Like
what happened here was that about there was Ice Age, obviously, and then the hunter-gatherers came in. Going back now, the hunter-gatherers came. Maybe now
that one's last Ice Age, 11,000 years.
And that's what I'm saying. When they came here from the
Now you've gone to my argument, right? About
let me finish
history.
now. Shebi, you are
When
trying
you go
to bring
that
religion.
3,000
I'm
year
trying
mark,
to
right?
tell you.
Let the lady
There is
finish.
nothing
There was no religion.
You want to
make
arrest
I make
me
my
with
point.
Bahala, calm down
Okay.
now.
Now only me
Only you. AY is next
if you
to
go
you. Don't
back
worry.
3,000 years, if you go back 3,000 years, right? That is where you begin to have a information drought. Like there isn't enough, to hang on to scholarly. So that's the problem. So I think when you go through vast information, and the data sets presented to you is the time period where the Abrahamic religion held sway, then there is a problem, because you do not have access to what has happened. All you have is just history and oral history and all that. So you just doing guesswork at that point. So how can you?
Father, what was the question you asked? Did you say
the question I asked was a very innocent question.
Did you say they should remove religion from the constitution? Is that what you said?
If we are amending the constitution, we have opportunity to amend the constitution. Should we remove Islam from the constitution, Nigerian constitution?
Remove Islam?
Yes.
So is Islam actually there? Like,
yeah, it's there.
So what about Christianity? Is it there?
Christianity is not there.
Islam is in the constitution. As
Christianity,
what?
yeah,
Can you
Islam
quote
is in
one?
Nigerian constitution, but Christianity is not.
Can
Okay,
you quote one chapter? I want to see like the
quote.
Yeah, I want to see like
Forefathers, don't turn it Islam versus Christianity. This is not.
You can do more than that, man. I'm just going to
intentionally doing that.
Ayo, I'm not attacking you, I beg.
But Shabaka, you understand where I'm coming from when I'm saying that actually religion did especially Islam, is the foundation of the scientific method, because the mathematics and astrophysics and the majority of the basis of chemistry too, of the sciences, the core sciences actually came from Islamic scholars, especially from
during
the Islamic Golden Age, they contributed a lot, but I think contemporary Islam is as far as academics is concerned, it's nowhere near what it was during the quote unquote Golden Age of Islam. And I think mainstream Islam was more tolerant back then. It wasn't as like these new extremist groups, these Salafis and Wahhabis, they're is more extreme than they were in the 7th century, in my opinion. Based upon
who do you think promoted them? Who do you think brought this?
I know the CIA and British intelligence had a lot to do with the Wahhabism being spread throughout Saudi Arabia, and they're doing it now in the Sudan. So I agree with you, but
they're still doing it.
Yeah, that's definitely still doing it.
People that is the problem of the Americas, like inside Nigeria, they say no, how can they do it? They see America as this kind of entity that can do no wrong, because they are Christians, and the kind of Christianity they're doing is the same one that Max Weber.
Islam in Nigeria constitution. I just
like his work.
That's what I was asking you. You're not gonna say
capitalism.
It's not there.
So you can link that and see.
I will check, because
I don't want you to just spread propaganda. That was
what okay, Sharia is the one that is there. I think Sharia that is there.
So I know there is. Sorry, Wahala. Sorry.
No, in Sharia that is there, because Sharia
actually I deliberate. That was why I deliberately asked you the question. I know you when you tell me Islam, you can't spread propaganda.
It's kind of a Joro behavior. If I
I'm
Sharia,
serious.
just get quiet.
Like recently, something like
Sharia to be removed from the Nigerian constitution.
Something trended.
Let me quickly say
a woman calling churches and mosques looking for baby formula. That demonstrated something. Go ahead.
As I actually love what our sister said, right? So it's not that you tell people not to practice their religion. You remove religion from the public domain. That's what we are not doing. Both Islam and Christianity, they are all guilty of this. So you remove religion from public domain because it actually forms part of our corruption. Because what that does, right? If you are a Muslim, go to your mosque, when you come to the work, when you come to school, when you come to the public, face what you are there for. If you are a Christian, nobody is saying don't go to church. Even if the president is a Christian, almost say you can go pray to your God. But that is where we actually got it wrong. I'll give you an example. Like, say in America now, you can work with somebody for 10 years. You don't even know what they believe in. You guys don't even discuss religion. So you just remain professional. They nice to you, except maybe you have a strong discussion to that point. That's when you get to know those things should not matter. But unfortunately, they are part of our system. People use them for corruption. You see somebody come like when you are supposed to be working, you are talking religious bullshit. Like, so I think these are personal relation. That's why even on this platform, to be honest, when they discuss this religious thing, tribal, I feel it's waste of time. I used to quarrel over it when I newly joined this platform. Ask for father, like when you want to discuss, like just forget about it. So discuss things that bring us together because this stuff they can be divisive.
Yeah, but there are, it's like if you want to discuss things that bring people together, you have to remove the things that are putting them apart. You know, that's
like what?
something.
That's what I'm saying.
If somebody putting a rod in front of you and say, "Hey, stay away from me," and
yeah, it's true, right? So that's what I'm saying. Is the way we put a lot of, because when you see the Muslims and the Christians in Nigeria, you see they're not making it as a dominancy, like, okay, this is our time, this is our time. It should not be like that. So that is where we are getting everything mixed up.
But I noticed that there's no provision in the constitution. I don't know whether it's true. I'm just asking.
Nigeria is a secular state. There is no provision. There is no religion in the constitution.
I know it says you should allow Sharia. They said it in the constitution, but
yes.
They also said, hold on, I want to ask you this question because you may know better. About Sharia, that they didn't say Sharia should cover criminal cases, but Nigeria seems to be covering criminal cases. Why is that?
So you know what happened with that? Let me tell you the genesis of Nigeria, how this issue came about. Before the British, right? We had the Muslim North that was actually ruled by the Sharia.
No. Sorry. I don't want to go into the history. I'm just saying in the Nigeria constitution right now, the Sharia part that was meant to be civil.
Okay, let me explain to you. What we have in the Sharia is still civil. There is nothing like criminal Sharia in the Nigeria constitution. What happened, right? During the 1999, during Obasanjo, some states, some governors that are supposed to be working for the people, they turn into political Sharia in the name of, the first one was Zamfara, in the name of, I think they were also getting money through this means. So the Sharia was not genuine. So they're talking about Sharia, they are not even working for the people. So they make it very political. That was what happened. That's why states started making laws, because Nigeria state, they also have power to make amendment in their state. It's not that it's in Nigeria constitution. That's why sometimes you want to explain this, some people will not let you talk. People just blah, 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 blah. It's some states that have those laws. The laws, to be honest, they are not even functioning.
And first things first, these laws, first things first, wherever they contradict any law of the Federal Republic, the law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria takes sway over the Islamic law. So it's not as if it has any, and you have to be Muslim. Even if you are Muslim, if you say you don't want to be treated under a Sharia court, you are taken to a normal court.
But hold on. It is saying that it is not constitutionally authorized for Sharia to be proceeding over criminal cases. Is that true?
It's true. I told you it's true.
Then why are they doing it then?
They are not doing it, forefather. These are new. So let me tell you, some of this stuff are propaganda, forefather.
What have they done? Who have they killed?
No.
But they say some states they are doing it, and some states are carrying it out. Like I don't know. Like, let me see what it says here. It says,
they are not carrying those. I don't think they're dealing with the criminal stuff. So what Sharia really does in the north, right? They just do like civil law, divorce, sharing of properties, all those kind of stuff that kind of guide the life of Muslim everyday life. So when you hear those stuff, sometimes it's just people just talk. To be honest, people say a lot of weird stuff here. I told you, you don't want to believe me. Go into the constitution and check it.
yeah, that's why we are here to learn now. Because if I find that these things are false, anytime some other person says it, I'm here to correct them because I've learned from you, isn't it? That's why I'm here. That's why I'm asking all these questions. Some states in Nigeria use Sharia law for criminal cases. I'm asking that question to see whether that is true. Yeah, but he's saying that it says yes, some states in Nigeria do apply Sharia law to criminal cases, but only at the state level and only for Muslims. So they do apply Sharia law, something that the constitution did not make provisions for in criminal cases. Is that not deviating from the constitution? Why were they allowed to do that?
So which that is so you did listen to what I explained to you now. Some of these states that are doing these things is political. It was political. They are not actually, they don't deal with criminal cases. They still deal with the civil cases because there were a lot of argument about this stuff when this thing came up. So it's not existing in Nigeria. Those states you hear, they still deal with mostly civil cases because they have the civil court in all those places.
I think it's something we'll trash later on, since that's not
yeah.
We'll trash later on because this is quite a sensitive topic. I didn't know it was even not. I thought it was they amended the constitution to allow that to happen. That's why I was asking.
No, it was never. It
wasn't even in the constitution like that. That is strange. I don't
Constitution
know why
is difficult to touch. Constitution is difficult to amend. It's not
Islam
easy.
is just very easy to do propaganda against. Since
it's a lot of
come on.
The Zionists actually are using it, and you guys are falling for it.
See, this kind of ojoro I don't like. They actually passed it, even if they are not, like you said, it's political, but they passed it that it should be done for political cases. That's criminal cases. They actually passed it in those states that it's going to apply to criminal cases. On the day when we're having this conversation, we are going to look deeper into it to see what.
Fafana, let me tell you this. You need to know this too. You need to know this. Any law you have, any state law you have, or any whatever law you have anywhere, Nigeria Constitution superseded. Nigeria Constitution supersede any law you have in the land.
That is true, but
even if it's created by
state. On the state level, they are applying on the state level, and that shouldn't be there if it's not constitutional. That's my point. But that's a different topic. I think the topic of liaising with the greater diaspora is something that is quite important. It may actually be our saving grace in the end.
Greater diaspora.
Yeah, I call them the greater diaspora, the ones that went before.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah. So the
I agree with you on that
because.
I think the lady want to speak. Oh, you don't allow lady let her speak.
Look at that.
I'm just trying to put him under the bus. Sorry.
No, I understand.
Papa respect women a lot, man. That's why you want to marry a lot of wives.
Look at that.
He's not marrying a lot of wives. I will always support forefathers. So
that is why they call him forefather. You
want to don't name forefathers. I will fight you. Just leave
that is false. That is providing my good reputation.
Even for my village, I'm giving him one.
If you don't want to see kawaii, leave forefathers for us.
Women don't come here much, so when they come, I actually welcome them.
Forefathers now our own. Why here and well, forefathers now our own. Leave him.
Okay.
Leave him. Pull your ear like this.
Don't mind him. I will prepare them later on when they come.
I bet prepare them.
It's very funny though. We'll be having a simple conversation. There's suddenly something just happens, and maybe we just mention Islam even in passing, and you guys will just start jumping and I was like, okay, come on. Why
No, we try to correct you. No. Me, to be honest,
it triggers me like, why are you not paying this much attention with your
You are so used to
you're
not
so
being
interested
held
in
to
slapping
account.
pants.
Fofana, see, assuming you are with me, right? You will see how when I see mature mind, I discuss religion, not like the way people behave anyhow. Like if I see mature mind, I discuss religion, just to know, just to FYI, more like understand things. You cannot be open to have that discussion. But if you are not open, you are coming with a negative mind already. It's a problem.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
Please,
I
go
can
ahead.
discuss
You want to say something?
a
Hello,
lot of stuff in Christianity, but I don't just get into all
you
those
see now you are
arguments.
blocking Hello from saying something.
Sorry, my sister. Sorry.
Sometimes
She go forgive me.
Wahala, hold on.
Leave Wahala to speak to no Wahala.
You give me Wahala today. You too.
I don't give you. Don't say me and you don't fight before. That's why I get you for mine, but I don't forgive you, Hassan.
You fought my sister?
I don't know.
I'm
Yeah, I don't
forgiving
even
you.
know.
Don't worry. You may be my brother now.
I know we am by bulletproof. Anyway, I get audition. I don't
No. Audition, yes, we are all one.
Original.
No, Hassan. We are one. We love each other, regardless. So what I want to say is that in Nigeria, I don't think we have laws. We have documents. In a place where we have documentation and is not followed from A to Z, is that a law? What constitutes a law? Is it not when documentation is followed strictly?
We have laws. We have laws.
Yes.
How can you say you have? You go to court now.
There is corruption in the system.
Now. Hassan, understand my point. You have a documentation written as a law. They are written in words, yeah? And you disobey it. So it's no law until it's being carried out. Until it's carried out. That's my point. Like now,
they say out now. There's a lot of people in the prisons.
Which law is carried out in Nigeria? Which?
Of course.
None.
Who are the ones that the judges are sending to prisons then? If we don't have laws.
Which prisons?
Our prisons.
Which prison does it?
Well, you don't know we have prisons.
KJ is here.
Is that prison or toilet? Don't say that again, no, please. I love my country.
I think our law are made for the common man.
I love Nigeria. I can die for my country.
I think our laws are made for the common people.
But what I want to say is that the documentation
is like if the ones they get away with, but I don't think that is exclusively Nigerian now. Even
we can't say what about now.
No.
We can't say what about. That's one thing about us, lovely colored people. Yeah, we say what about this one? What about this? We compare this and that. Focus on your problem, solve it, because every problem is unique. Nigeria's problem is unique. Treat it uniquely. And let us all come together in a place where you write documentation. Me and you we went by people that went to study. We went to law school, and then after we did our PhD and everything, we sit down, speak all the grammar where they inside this dictionary where you both have no fear understand. Then now, for us to now obey it, it's a problem. What stamps it as a law? It's just ordinary paper. If you do not stick by it's like me and you have an agreement now. It's law. You have to obey it. When you go to court, you don't obey it, you failed. But in a system whereby even in the court there is the documentation is not respected. So who is sitting on that hemisphere, on that position to judge those documentations? How is it parried? How is it looked into? How is it used? For who? Malus or what? No.
Wow. You know, you have a point, you know. I'm just looking at the numbers because I always try to look at numbers before I open my mouth. Nigeria has about 85,000 at the high end, 85,000 inmates. But in UK, there is about 4 times less population. They have about 88,000 inmates. So it means that Nigerians are getting away with a lot of misbehavior compared to UK people, you know. The Nigerian law is very slow at taking effect, and that's for sure. And I'm sure KJ, once he heard about Sharia law, he thought, okay, I have to intervene here. These people are not going to they're not going to get away with it. That's why he jumped on the moment he heard about Sharia. So, KJ, what's happening now? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What do you make of the conversation so far? We can't hear you, you know. We can't hear you, KJ. And somehow, you're not muted, but we can't hear you.
Yeah. Now God catch KJ. You can go and sleep.
AY was already worried.
Angels work miracles, huh?
AY was already worried.
The devil will always be denied.
The guy was coming to trouble them again. So, but you see, we are talking about African Americans. KJ remained behind the scenes. Let them
He's listening.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? I can hear you. Go
Let there
ahead.
be light.
Okay, thank you so much. I came in because of AY. AY.
I know now.
AY has a way of telling stories upside down.
So let me tell you. KJ, this is your profession now.
Yes, you see, what you know, my sister there have said, and what forefather is, you know, even alluding to, is very correct. Laws are not obeyed in Nigeria. If laws were obeyed in Nigeria, most of us wouldn't be in Europe. We wouldn't be outside. Because you go to court, you don't get justice. You only get justice if you have the money to pay through. And there are many examples to that. You know, the chiefly one that is very popular around the world is the story of Peter Obi through the court of law in Nigeria when the election ended. In fact, you know that in Nigerian constitution, any law that you give outside of the working hours is not a law. It's not binding. But the Electoral Commission read the law, read out what was supposed to be 4 a.m. and nobody complained. You know, because I have seen people.
What do you mean outside working hours? What do you mean?
No. After working hours, that's what the constitution says. For working hours. In fact, let me shock you. If you go to those who hold weddings in parks, the Nigerian constitution says a wedding is not recognized. It has to be in an official designated environment. Okay, these are some of the intricacies that are in the law people don't look at. Okay, what brought me not even this one? I came back because
are not held in parks now.
No. But now
part of the celebration.
Hold on now, bros. Hold on. That don't divert my attention. I want to deal with the Islam thing. Now, you said that, you know, these things are, there's no Islamic law that does not override our constitution. It is still in the open there. They tell you clearly that they rather will defer to Islam, the Islamic law, than to defer to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is why we have problem. And these laws of Islamic laws have been applied to both Christians and non-Christians alike who are not Muslim.
Are you saying Nigeria constitution does not override all the laws in Nigeria? Is that
no, the Nigerian constitution, it depends on who is affected. Who is affected determine how the constitution is applied. I'll give you an example. Hold on. You guys, you know, I'm not here to speak, but if you like, you can take it.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
The forefather, you remember when Malami issued was making comment about Nnamdi Kanu. What was the comment? That somebody who makes the kind of comment, is he supposed to be walking about? He must be detained in prison. So they detained him even after the court have given orders for him to be released 3 different times. He was constantly in prison. They never released him. That's one example that's out there for anybody to see. But today, Malami is hold on, sir. Don't interrupt me, please. Malami is suffering the same fate. And that's why journalists are writing, say, face your own. This is what you did. Why are you calling the public now? Why are you calling NGOs now to intervene on your behalf? You did the same thing to many people. You did it to Dasuki. You did it to Nnamdi Kanu. You refuse to accept that the law should apply on their case because you are the chief law officer. And today, EFCC have you, and you are crying that people should come and rescue you. Nobody should go to a protest on your behalf. Now, having said that, that is a case that is still ongoing. What about Deborah, who was killed because she made a comment? Is she a Muslim? Why did they apply the Muslim law to her?
But Deborah
what about Sunday Jackson, who is not for the grace? Hold on, sir. Hold on. Just hold on. Sunday Jackson, who is not for the American Congress, would have been killed by now. Okay? He was sentenced to death. What was his offense? Did he go to a normal court? Okay.
So
What
was it
about?
Sharia
Hold
court
on,
that
hold
settled
on.
it to
I have
them?
many examples. You're
No,
interrupting me, my
tell us
brother.
the court. Tell us the Sharia court. It's
Hold
not
on
was
now.
it Sharia court that
Hold
settled
on.
it to them.
The latest one being the Igbo guy who has a shop in Abuja, who was taken to Sharia court, and the Sharia court demanded that his shop must be forfeited, even though it is his tenant that was owing the money. He went and gave them his papers and said, look, this shop does not belong to this man. He's just my tenant, and I own the shop. So why should I forfeit my shop because of a crime somebody who is renting committed? You know
Fathers,
what
you're
they
not
did?
checking your chat GPT now because of your bias. You're not checking your chat GPT
No.
now.
You can, forefather, you can check.
I'm still checking the old ones. I'm
You
not
can
even
check.
reading the old ones.
Check your
I
chat GPT.
I'm
I have only
quoting
one
for
brain
you.
now.
You know, this guy. What's your name? You like to interrupt people, but nobody. They allow you to speak, but you like to interrupt people
No,
and
the
cause them
argument
to
is just
forget what they are talking about. Forefather, this guy owns a shop in one of the suburbs of Abuja. It is just 3 months backwards. It was NGOs that organized to go retrieve his listing because the courts, the Islamic Sharia court sitting there, refused to give him back his papers. They say they've seized his papers because a Sharia guy, or rather a Muslim guy, brought the case to Sharia court. And the guy said, I'm a Christian. What do I have to do with Sharia court? But they insisted on passing that law and told him that he had forfeited his shop, if not for the intervention of the NGOs that got it out. So what are we saying here? You sit down and you guys just throw this thing out because
let me fact check you. Let me fact check you. Let me fact check you. Forefather, you need to fact check this number. First of all, the Bora case was juggle justice. It has nothing to do with Sharia court. That's nothing to do with any court. Second of all,
you see how
hold on.
No, hold
please,
on.
Hold on. Please hold on.
You are bringing that. I want to deal with it before I forget.
Give me 30 seconds.
Now,
last one.
The faces of those who killed Deborah, the faces of those who burnt her up are in the open. Not one person today. Not one person was brought to justice. What was the message that was passed by the highest Supreme Court, highest Islamic ruling body? They said you should respect other people's religion, not even looking at the merit of the case. Now, when the case was even put in the public, in the court, I need to talk because that's what you do. You don't allow people to talk, so that the truth is not out. When the case was taken to the court, you know what? They brought 52 lawyers, 52 sons in the north came to defend them. And you know what the police charged them? Public disturbance. Public disturbance was what was charged for the people who burnt Deborah alive. And they were all set free, walking the street today. What are we talking about? You think the world don't know? This is an open.
Okay, let me speak. Let me say something there.
Let's not fight. We are one people.
Yeah. Let's. I'm gonna hit you with fact. Forefather, this first of all, Deborah was juggle justice. This juggle was to apple all over Nigeria. That's one. Yeah, they are mostly the people that buy him. The second one, the man that was sentenced to death in Adamawa Yola the Sunday was sentenced by Adamawa State High Court. You can fact check this stuff. It's not Sharia. That is why, because they are coming from the north, that's why you see
no.
So serious.
If I said that was Sharia, that's wrong. You are correct. It's not Sharia.
That's
but the
what you
question
said
is,
now.
Hold on. I was talking about Nigerian justice system and the Sharia as affects ordinary people.
No,
so
you
now,
were talking about Sharia.
Hold on now. Now, wow.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead and talk.
Calm down now.
Let's make it simple. So,
yeah, this is
so forefather. Let me tell you.
Give us fact.
One of the first case.
KJ, just hold on for a second. Let me just ask AY one simple thing, because now we know this constitution doesn't allow it to happen. That's Sharia to be applied in criminal cases. And but we also know the states are applying it in criminal cases. So do you think the constitution should make it more explicit, that they should amend it to make it more explicit that you are not allowed to do this? Because this is going to lead to confusion from what KJ is saying.
I
know that it's anecdotal cases, but it could lead to confusion where you have
let me help you,
the powers of the Sharia court.
Forefather, if you were following up the politics of Nigeria from 1999, which KJ is fully aware, you would know what happened. They actually, so the governor that started that was really Sani Yerima. This Sharia was very political. in my understanding, KJ is aware of this. They gag up. It was a gag up against Obasanjo. Obasanjo could not even stop it. So what
it was a coup against the Nigerian constitution.
It was more no. So any trade lawyer in Nigeria should know that Nigeria constitution supersede whatever you want to bring anywhere. This is the fact. You don't even negotiate it.
But if people assault it, then what do you make of that?
You see what you are missing. Let me just explain this to him so that it will hit him. Why do you think that all governors are now going back to APC just to get re-election? Why? Because it gives them a clear advantage, right? Tinubu,
yeah, but they are not overriding the constitution.
Huh?
They are not overriding the constitution.
But the Nigerian constitution has a freedom of religion now. So if you have freedom of religion,
it has freedom of religion, not freedom of criminal cases. Hold on. It doesn't have freedom in It doesn't have freedom in criminal cases. I've just checked it. It doesn't have it. You are supposed to have Sharia for non-criminal cases. So why
you know the last,
to that point?
At the last time we discussed implementation, there were mistakes made in Zamfara, and it was on one person who had his arm cut. Now, ever since that one man had his, and the case
there is no any other case.
That was when
it's just propaganda.
The Supreme Court cut that.
You guys are very funny. You know, you are dealing with a journalist who have facts. So what you're saying is
journalist that does not know who said somebody in Adamawa. Journalist that don't know
you like to run your mouth, so you can as well go ahead and run it.
I'm not.
I want to bring you up to speed. Forefather. Just some months ago, one of the schools in the West, they gave an order for all the children to stay at home for almost 1 month because we are celebrating the Muslim holidays. They stayed in the house. The Christian schools were shut down. Okay.
Holidays, one month.
So when you say those things, you're just exposing your ignorance. Okay, you're exposing your ignorance. I'm serious.
KJ, that has to do with Sharia.
Now, forefather, let me deal with the argument that Ewa is bringing up. Ewa is bringing up an argument. Hold on, sister, I'm coming. Ewa is bringing up an argument that it was a jungle justice. Okay, in other developed clients, when there's a jungle justice in the street, the people are identified and they are prosecuted. This one, jungle justice was carried out on Deborah. Let's accept the jungle justice. What happened to those who carried it out? Where are the criminals? Where are where does the law stand? Is anybody being held accountable?
Okay, can you let me?
Is anybody today in the trial process or in the prison because they burnt a young girl alive for nothing?
Can you let me speak? Okay, let me speak.
Please don't bring this. You can
don't be emotional. Don't be emotional. I want to actually deal with you on this issue. Don't be emotional. Let's face fact.
That's what you guys say.
Hold on.
To gaslight people. Don't be emotional.
Can I read something to you? Because you just said that this stuff didn't apply and they are not actually applying it. So I searched for cases where it's occurred in the early 2000s, quite a few of them. And in
that is what we say.
Hold on. Let me finish. In 2020, they did one again for blasphemy. And then I said, give me more recent ones. And guess what? I'm a bit surprised to see this many recent ones. So let me list them. Let me list them. Yeah,
for blasphemy.
Is it against Mubarak
2025. Yahya Sharif Aminu for blasphemy. But when they go to appeals court, the Nigerian Supreme Court allowed his appeal to proceed with hearings held in late September, keeping the case active under review. The case is still even under review.
Which court is that?
It's Sharia in blasphemy, death sentence. Blasphemy, let me see. Sharif originally sentenced to death by a Kano State Sharia court in 2020 for alleged blasphemy. A song shared on WhatsApp remains significant in 2025. So now there's another one. Abdul Jabbar Nasiru Kabara. Cleric blasphemy conviction, ongoing appeal, 2024.
I don't know of those cases.
But there are cases. That's the problem with all these things. There are cases, and it's quite serious. And this is not constitutional for this to be happening.
You'd be surprised what is actually happening here.
Yeah, let's
this
Vala
is
comment on that. I don't know
infighting. You see this Abdul Jabbar Kadara, he's actually an Islamic cleric. Now imagine an Islamic cleric actually being held for blasphemy. What do you think is happening? You see, there is the Qadiriya sect, there is the Tijaniya, there is
But what does that matter? The point is they are holding him for criminal purposes.
Haven't you seen people being set up before?
It doesn't matter whether they are being set up, but it's under the law.
They are not giving you excuses.
In Sharia.
That's always the issue. In Nigeria, they bring up excuses.
They are not going to the secular law to try him.
No,
Sharia criminal law.
Give him time. Let us
understand first. Now, if you are an Islamic cleric, okay, an Islamic cleric who literally believes in Sharia, who has pronounced earlier before and has actually shaped government, you know, he was one of the ones who encouraged that Sharia should be brought, you know, to the state and all that. Like, this man has serious followership. Just type the Kadara, the Kadara guy, and you
but it's quite serious. This is quite serious. That is against constitution, and they are already trying cases with it in Nigeria.
There is nothing that will happen to him that will harm him, in the sense that.
So hold on, your priority is there's nothing that will happen to him, and to say that this should be made clearer.
He is saying that he agrees
from the constitution.
He is saying that he would rather be tried there. Who are you to say that you want him elsewhere?
It's his choice. It's his choice.
Hold on. Sorry, KJ, hold on. It's against the constitution for him to be tried under criminal Sharia law, and it shouldn't exist. You said it yourself. It shouldn't even exist, and they are practicing it. I need of you to say you should condemn it as part of the nation.
Something is up here. Like, I beg, search for
this is my issue. No. Believe me, you are not the only one. I've seen a Christian
somebody
today.
that will fight everything.
So hold on. I've spoken to Christians today and other days, and I found out that even Christians today, what religion does to people is that they don't think straight anymore. It's weird. It's not only Muslim, it's Christians too. I've seen it. I've really seen it. It's really weird.
I'm disappointed in you.
No, it's a fact. See, I'm telling you. I've seen Christians excuse Israel for slaughtering people. As a matter of fact, if you
even my friend KJ now.
If you take our guy here,
don't Father, you see what you are doing right now is you are trying to gaslight and divert because you don't want to offend your good friend AY. Why do you bring Israel in? We are talking about what is happening in Nigeria. The laws of Nigeria have nothing to do with it has nothing to do with Israel, has nothing to do with Christians. We're talking about the laws of Nigeria. The question is, they said there's no application of Sharia when it's not a Muslim. And I've pointed out to you many people who have been sentenced, killed, and otherwise. I can point out more. I did a story myself of a Bauchi State teacher who was burnt alive because she caught a girl stealing an examination, and the girl shouted "Ilala, Ilala," and that was it. That she has assaulted the prophet.
You see the way
the reality come out of it. These things are in the internet. You don't even need to look. The stories are.
You see, my problem with KJ.
Hold on. See. You see, when you laugh about that, that is the one that makes me even more furious. Nigerians have lost their lives because somebody said something in a foreign religion. And fellow Nigerians that should be actually mourning the loss of that life or feel the pain are laughing about it because it's not your religion. If that was a Muslim that was treated like
I'm
that,
not laughing about it. No. You are not.
How do you know it's true?
That's how I felt. Because for you to be smiling about when PJ is talking about that, it's not nice.
You believe it is true like that.
I'm laughing
because I know about Deborah's one now.
That
Deborah is Jogo
propaganda misinformation.
You might look at it, it's from religious angle, but it's Jogo justice. Jogo justice is a commodity all over Nigeria.
Man, let's go to hello. How
Lagos,
you know what?
Lagos, only thief, they go burn you.
That believes in religion, they need to check them first.
No evidence, nothing.
They need to ask.
Forefather, I will say this and I will hush. Is it not very interesting that whenever something is brought against their practice or what the evil they do, they find a way to deviate from it? We said Christians are being genocided. Hold on. Stop. Close your mouth. We said Christians are being genocided. They say yes, but not only Christians. Muslims are being killed. We said Deborah was born. Now he say yes. Don't just say all over. It's not only Deborah. But when will you people grow up and speak like adults and speak like human beings that have blood? Stop that. It's not right.
There is no propaganda.
Don't worry, we're going to have a
different
different conversation about this. You just dragged us deep into it again. I didn't want to check this. We're going to check it later on, some other conversation. Please, hello. You know what? I'm beginning to think that hello, you have a good idea. Religion.
He got a lot of good ideas.
If you're going to let it, you have to have strong guardrails in the constitution. If you're going to allow religion in that country, strong guardrails against it. Hey, who is that? Stop interrupting. You have to have strong guardrails against religion. Like if you are passing this law in the constitution about the Sharia, never, don't even try criminal case. You have to put it there. Put the counter, the negative statement there, so that
I agree. To be honest,
leave it open.
This is not something new. Like you just enforce
then
it.
They should amend the constitution to take care of that.
And I'm not even sure of that thing that you said, but I'll go and do my research next time.
One person at a time, please. One person at a time. Let's hear you.
I want us to just move on from this. There were a lot of topics now.
Vala, hold on. Okay, please go ahead. Hello.
Can you hear me clearly, please?
Yeah, it's a bit crackling now.
A bit crackling, but
crackling a bit.
Okay.
Maybe they attack your mic. They don't want you to speak.
They not attack me. No one can take my voice.
I'm suspecting forefather.
Spiritual power is true.
This guy is spiritual power. Go and sit down. That's the watching.
You go feel him.
No, wait, my brother. This is the problem. This is where we are now. Is mini Nigeria. This is Nigeria now.
God is still showing you. We know they hear you. Tell them now. Mukuna tell them.
Maybe you log out and log it back. Yeah. Let Shabaka speak, forefather. Let her log out and log it. Forefather, we did discuss River State too. You mentioned a lot of
you want
topics.
to discuss River State. You know that's where you dominate now. You know the
Okay, don't discuss it then.
We'll discuss it. We'll discuss
it. We discussing how you want to marry your 10 wives.
We have gone over time. We need to find a way to round up and clear out.
You want to start new one?
There's no need to
I'm
start
not working
new
tomorrow.
Is enough. Why we not warriors? We've done 6
No,
hours. Is enough.
Let's have discussion.
Carry on tomorrow again.
I'm enjoying Shabaka.
I have like 1 hour before soup prayer.
I like KJ session. KJ, are you on later on today? Because I like to sit down for 2 hours before I have my second statement. I do enjoy KJ session because he does ask questions and you are able to talk. Not that me.
I wish KJ will come and we'll have time enough that we would actually display our screens and show the facts and then have fun.
You can't have
KJ exchanging ideas.
Yeah.
No, like we can do it. He's a journalist, an experienced one for that matter. Like,
that would be fascinating to see happen actually.
Like
you have to come ground by force.
If you give me, that just intellectual honesty and just have ground rules, it's
that
going to be better than actually. They don't agree. That's just like somebody moderating the ground rules. I talk for 10 minutes, and then we just finish. And then we'll have a poll. What do you think? Just trust it, and then call it a day.
You know what? AY, I'm trying to ignore your pedestrian, naive, kind of argument that you bring to the table. And these words that you use, I try to overlook it, and I'm constantly going to overlook it because I don't think it's what my making comment about. I don't know what makes you think. I don't know what makes you think that you are maybe, I don't know, is it intellectually capable or what? I don't know what it is, but you are free to have your own opinion. And what pains you people the most is when you find a person who has more information to try to, you cannot hide your lies. And so that person becomes a propagandist. I don't care. Okay.
I love information.
The first story I did about injustice and killing in Nigeria was as far back as 2003.
So
2003 of the
okay,
Bauchi lady who was killed
okay, let
and
me
burnt
ask you a
alive.
question. Let
And
me
now
ask
you
you
are
a
here
question.
talking nonsense because you
Let me
think
ask
you
you a
can just
question.
come to the internet and talk. And then
Let me
they're
ask
talking
you.
and laughing. What is making you
Let
laugh?
me
Do I
ask
look
you a
funny?
question.
Am I a jester or
Let me
something?
ask you a question.
No, I don't think that's what he was doing.
Let me ask you a question then. Let me
What,
ask you a
so
question.
what does he mean by that?
I
What
think
does he
you
mean
are
by
the
that?
one. To
You
be fair,
misunderstood
you
him.
provided evidence. You had a stronger case today, and they are also, let's be fair to them, they also say they are for making it more clear in the constitution that you are not allowed to do.
Oh, Father, you don't understand why I'm arguing this point. I'm arguing this point because that has always been the excuse of Islamists in Nigeria. They've always find a way to pander that to somebody else, to say, oh, this happened because this thing happened, and you cannot take it against this person because this thing happened. Oh, you can't do this because this thing happened. In which country runs that way? Just
see,
like the lady said, if you have a law and you're always finding excuses not to implement the law, then how does it become a law?
What KJ
How
but they are
does it
saying
become a
that
law? Is there any
they would like
country,
it to
please tell me one
be
country
rewritten in the
on earth that has two sets of justice?
Yes.
Father, a lot of this stuff, some of them are propaganda. I'm going to repeat it. Let me tell you, when it came
You know,
here,
your famous word is propaganda.
hold on,
It's a
KJ.
new word
When
to you.
it
It's a
came
new
here
lexicon,
now,
so you can continue to use it. For
hold
me, it's
on. The
not.
first thing KJ measured, he said, oh, what about Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu was never in any Sharia court.
You see now, you see where it's going. I didn't talk about Nnamdi Kanu resorting to
did
Islam.
now,
I'm talking
you
about
did.
the see.
Hold on. The second thing he measured, then he measured Deborah. I said Deborah was not Sharia, it was Jogo justice. Then he measured the man from Adamawa. The man Adamawa was sentenced in Adamawa State High Court. These are things you can even check online. They are very easy. That's what I was trying to educate
but you are aware that there are people
You know,
even up to 2025 that
Forefather,
being
last week,
under Sharia.
Forefather, a couple of weeks ago, when we discussed, I told you, I said, Sharia should be restricted to civil cases. I'm not in support of Sharia. You take Sharia into, because since you live in a secular society, because let me tell you why Sharia should be restricted to civil cases. Because it protects everybody, it protects the women. For example, if let's say my father died, Sharia will protect my sisters from getting what they deserve, from my brothers from getting what they deserve. In Nigeria, the traditional laws we have, they don't protect the women even. Sharia protect everybody. It brings justice to the table. Go and read more about this stuff. Even Kenya that is talking here,
but
ask him.
what you are doing now, you are telling us the good side, but the area people are concerned about is the fact that something the constitution did not permit. Some states are brazenly
I agree with that. There is
why
no
are
law.
they not the ones being taken to court instead?
See,
for
there
even
is
telling
no.
to apply something that the constitution doesn't allow.
Me and you know there is no law in Nigeria that supersedes Nigeria constitution. This is a fact. So if you have a case you are not okay with, take it to the Supreme Court, to wherever, go and challenge it. There is no law that supersedes Nigeria constitution.
But why are they applying it in the first place? They should stop applying it. Why is the government not stopping them from doing those things?
I was
Why are
always
they
telling you
allowing them
now,
to carry on with that behavior?
when Zafara case started, unfortunately, you were not in Nigeria political space. It was very political. KJ knows. KJ that is here, he knows. Those cases were very political. The Sani Yerima that brought that Sharia.
This political, as if everything
Let
is
me
not
tell you
political.
how. Let me tell you how.
What is the difference? The point is that it's still being applied.
Let me tell you how. When they brought Sharia to Zamfara State, you see the governor himself. If you go to Zamfara State, they will not tell you one school yes, and Yerima built. He used that because he knows people are emotional with the religion.
Yeah,
but
that is besides the point. The point is that it exists and it shouldn't. If you say you want to turn the entire Nigeria to
I think you are making
native worship,
you are
are you
making
going to
a
say,
mountain
because
grain of
it's for
sand
politics,
here.
it's okay for you to go ahead?
If
No,
he
it's not
exists,
okay for you to go ahead.
if he exists,
he exists, that's the problem.
Okay, it exists. So me, to be honest, I would prefer you use Sharia for civil cases. Because the other thing, right? The other thing, Nigeria is just a bit complicated, man.
Yeah, but should they take those states that are applying it in criminal cases? Should they be sanctioned? As a matter of fact, the Nigerian military, their job is it not to defend the Nigerian constitution? Why are they allowing these people to do all this thing and get away with it?
Yeah. I mean, people can take it to Supreme our Supreme Court.
Yeah, maybe that's
and stop all this stuff.
Is it not my right
Why is Khan not doing it?
If I'm being
should have
tried
pushed
and
this
I
stuff to
said
the
I
point
don't
whereby
want to be
they
tried
in
anywhere else, but in the
Pardon?
Sharia court?
Honestly, guy, like our religion, they na problem, Joe. Both Muslim and Christian, the way they say it, you see, KJ is defending Christian now, because in the South they do a lot.
Christians, they do their own for outside country, especially when you are talking about Israel and all those other things.
No, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
I want you to give me an example that
KJ,
happens
if
in
he's
the
telling
country
the
that
truth,
Christians are showing bias. I've not seen it.
Ask him how many people Christians killed in 2001 and 2 and 3.
No,
how many
KJ will
Muslims
forget. He forgot the number.
He will not talk about that one. He will not talk about the Christians that were literally eating.
Hold on. They didn't do it.
Oh, Father, let's move on to
now
a different
topic.
Because
hold
on. I want to ask you a question. Did they do it because those people were Muslims or because they were having a conflict?
Of course. They ask you whether they first check your forehead to ensure that you see my forehead, you know that there is so that is what will ensure that my meat will be eaten on the street. You can search it online if you
hold on.
No, Father will not search this type of.
Hold on. I will not show that. So it means that they are.
They will not talk about that.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let's try to. You are being a little bit. I can understand the emotions, to be fair, but is it that they are targeting you because of your ethnicity? Because you say they have to check your this thing. That's not the religious sign, is it? That's your ethnicity they are looking for.
Who told you? I'm telling you something you don't even know.
Is there anything the Muslims have here that...
No, they know you are Muslim when they see that. Yeah, they know you are Muslim when they see that. Father, let me tell you what people will not tell you. Let me tell you, I need you to investigate this. You see, I don't like going to these topics, but you know what you will do. You do investigation by yourself. You have friends in these places. You see that plateau, they tell you. Oh, Christian, you see that Sata Kaduna. The truth is, both the Muslim and Christian in those areas are complicit. They have militia, both of them. This is actually the actual truth. They have militia going after each other. That has happened for many years. KJ knows. Nobody will ever tell you. All you hear is, whoa, Muslim killing the Christian there. No, it's not true. It's both. They are very hostile to each other. This is the fact.
Christian
if
platforms
you want to understand this
to be fair, that is one simple cases of Nigeria having those issues. But we know for sure that is not necessarily okay. That is toe. But the one that we are talking about is like in southern, like if you go to like Lagos, Port Harcourt, even Imo State, and a Muslim is there and they say something about Christianity and they get lynched. That's the kind of situation I'm talking about, where you don't see Christians manifesting that kind of behavior where they truly go after Muslims just because they said something about religion or because they are Muslims. But that the one you are describing, yes, I can accept that.
Let me explain that to you. You see that one you said now. First of all, you're not gonna see a Muslim that will say a word against any prophet. If Prophet Muhammad is Jesus Christ, is Abraham, whoever, it's not gonna happen. You're not gonna see.
We give
so that's the
if a non-Muslim does it, what is your problem?
So for me, no, hold on. You are asking a question in the South. This kind of stuff will not happen. Muslims, they don't cross those kind of lines. For me, even
non-Muslims are not allowed
let me explain to you. Even if non-Muslim say something cross those lines, it should not warrant you killing the person. I'm not in support of that. It's foolishness. It's ignorance too. This is what is going. That is why I'm calling it juggle justice. It's not that if Muslims sat there that said, oh, this person is measure prophet, go and buy him. This is it. That's why I say don't get
why is it that
emotional.
it's only them that do that? You think
Hold
people
on, hold on,
don't
hold
feel
on,
Christians
hold
are
on.
offended?
When you yes, I agree with you. When you look at this issue, right? If you go take statistics of Jogo justice in Nigeria, you will see that they've killed even more people in the South, but they are not related to religious cases. But these are Christians killing people in the South. So it's telling you
Let's watch the term the
madness.
K-term a bit, because it looks like we are drowning in the
Just check,
K-term so much.
just check,
Yeah,
just
that
check
is why
about
I'm
what the
trying to
IPOB is
educate
doing.
KJ on this issue. He knows, actually, KJ knows.
Yeah,
He just
we
decided to
need
go
to
the
be
other
rounding
way.
up, so we don't.
This is
We
the
have
problem with KJ.
this talk. Whenever you
Then he
touch
come, he
religion, it
get
just becomes.
emotional.
Two of you, you see,
Forefather, forefather,
AY,
hold on, forefather.
AY,
Ask
Mahala,
AY. Ask AY. This one is very recent, so I'm not even going to go back to look for information. Ask AY, what did El-Rufai say about Jesus and Mary that brought about the issues in the last listing? What did he say? It's there. Can you remember what he said? You said that no Muslim crosses that. What did he say about the by Christ and Mary and Mary Magdalene?
I didn't know.
Okay,
Please tell
You
us.
don't know. So you see, so you can't.
No, we can search it online. Forefather can search it.
Hold on. We don't have the time to do this. Our time is
Forefather
up.
can check in KJ.
Let's allow the others that have not spoken to speak, and let's go up this thing. Then we'll find.
I don't like when people.
I have to try to
let other people speak.
This is 2026. Yeah, welcome. Hello. If you want to say something, please go ahead. And if you are there, your camera has turned dark. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just a connection issue. All right, thank you. Sorry about all the Valhalla.
Forefather, you mentioned a lot of topics. You did discuss them. That's why I was here. I would have left long ago.
Time constraint.
You wasted my time. No, be say you send me Christmas gift too.
Thank you for complaining. You're muted. Hello. Yeah, see muted. Oh my God, your audio is still cracking.
Oh, your audio.
All these enemies of progress, and yeah, it's a shame. I'm sorry.
You see all these people, they try to rally KJ, say KJ don't verse. KJ is not angry. Stop writing rubbish.
Can you leave KJ alone there?
Now this Israel witty going.
It's not fair, Our audio was fine.
They are troublemaker. Hello. Yeah. I think you should. Your DC is very bad. Maybe you should log out and log in.
Yeah, we should let
I'm not one.
No, KJ, our time is up. We have to close out. Let me speak to.
Okay, no, hold on, sir. Let me just read a statement for you. What El-Rufai said, so it will be on record, because he just said now Muslims don't cross the line. Okay, now in 2013, El-Rufai said what? The former, if Jesus Christ should criticize Goodluck Jonathan, his aides would accuse him of sleeping with Mary Magdalene.
Hey.
This is what El-Rufai, a governor in Nigeria, the statement he made in 2013 to a Christian majority country. If we had gone on rampage, they would say, "Oh, Christians have gone on rampage."
You see the problem?
Yes, I put it on record that there are more Christians in Nigeria than you have Muslims. Let that be on record. Yeah.
Okay.
I know what I'm talking about. So we don't agree with your propaganda anymore. We know the truth now.
I actually agree with you. That is why I said.
So
actually,
you see, if I didn't go to read out that statement for you now, AY will say I just made a blanket statement. This other one will say I just made a blanket statement. Find out if it's true. I'll quote it for you now. Go and look for it.
So that statement.
What
is that?
Hold on, AY, just hold on for a second. You see, what creeps me out a little bit is like when KJ said, this country is a majority Christian nation. Even if you believe that it's not true, but the smile you people give it creeps me out.
You
I
gotta
must say,
smile now.
there's something creepy about it. Like
No,
we know what
me,
is
I actually
going on.
agree. I actually agree.
I'm just saying.
You might, if you are
It creeps
saying
me
the
out a
truth,
little
you
bit.
might,
Yo,
say it's
if I'm,
coming, it's
if
not
I,
coming
Why
from
do
a
you guys
good
creep
place.
me out?
you want me to cry?
It's not
You
fair.
want me
It's
to
not.
cry?
I know it may not be fair, but it creeps me out. I have to tell
like
you, like creeps me
you have
out.
to
KJ is
understand.
a
You have to
journalist. He
understand
has a
that
fact. He said Christian
Yeah,
brother.
yeah.
we have been
Let me bring
traumatized by false
Jonaba in.
narratives and false
I
propaganda.
almost forgot Jonaba completely, you know. But
Oh,
Jonaba
Mr.
has said
Jonaba
anything
is
about
here.
me.
Welcome, sir.
Jonaba, welcome, man. None of the Ruffle groups say anything. You both have had your say. You've been fighting each other since. Not agreeing on anything.
We are, KJ is my brother. Forget, we are not fighting. No fight.
All right.
Send that. Is it?
Jonaba, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
We
KJ,
send that.
hold on now. We have to close. We have to round up. And if I keep letting you talk, we are not going to get anywhere. Okay, Jonaba, please let us know your thoughts on because the original conversation we were having was about African Americans being overseas. And I felt the way Masca spoke about it. He said, how is it that we sold people from Africa to the diaspora, and we don't seem to care? We don't bother at all with them. We don't try to reach out. We don't try to make amends and all those things. And I also contributed and said, African leaders go to New York every year. Almost every single one of them go to New York, and they don't even try to meet the African American community, try to discuss. They even hardly meet their own citizens even to discuss ways of moving things forward, because there's a lot of ground to be made up. So it's like, and the context of that conversation was coming from I show speed. I show speed. I don't know whether you've heard of him. He's a YouTuber. He's got 47 million subscribers. He went to Africa. He was treated very well. An African American felt that, the young African American liked the way he was treated in Africa. They felt good about Africa, that they didn't know that's how Africa was. So that was the context we were discussing this stuff. And we started asking, why is it that our leaders don't try to have conversations with the African Americans and even the Brazilians? There were quite a lot of black people in Brazil. I know that they talk to the Caribbean ones, but the African American one that has the largest population, they don't do anything. So that is the context we're having conversation. Then we started. I noticed that the AY smiled. No, not AY. It was Bahala that started it. He smiled when I mentioned in passing something to do with religion. Suddenly that one caught fire. So I just thought I should give you a heads, because that religion is not our main topic. It just went that direction. So, but if you want to comment on it, you're free to comment on it. Please go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers and fellow panelists. I've been watching when Masca was with you and all of that. I think we need to do more, just like you said. We don't have sense of history, and that is also linked to the part of this religious talk. We are not Christians, we are not Muslims. And when we see a youth like us discussing this instead of going back to our root, it's the same thing that will make us not to reach out to the African American, because we don't have a sense of history and preserve of our own identity. It's all joy. And 21st century, we should be having conversation. Islam, whether you are passionate about it, it has a lot of violence in it. Christian, not that they are pure, but then it's not too common to say you say something about Christianity and somebody kill you, to tell you black fame. Uh, uh, yeah, any Christian or Jesus Christ or God, but it happens on the other side. So too often, and it's all miseducated, misrepresentative about life. Because I think if they understand it deeper, there is no human being except your brain is not adding up. That you cannot reason as a human being. That the same God that you are believing, you have to kill for that God. that have all the power to kill and to make life because you say something that it doesn't rhyme with their belief. That shouldn't be happening. So, and the black people should be having conversation. How do we return to our original self, who we are, instead of this borrowing of identity, whether borrowing of Islam and Christianity? That is not who we are. We are peaceful people. Do we have a reason to educate ourselves and bring about our own value? Yes, but it's the same thing that Africans, what we do is just to beat around the bush instead of saying it's never too late to start from all over where we stop. All we do, we attack each other. We say, my religion is better than your religion, whereas both religion is a borrowed religion. Those are not our forefathers' religion, and we're not a bad people. And the sacrifice of lamb and animal and the sacrifice of human being, which one is worse? So in those days, we were sacrificing animals for the atonement
Kai,
of
forefather will
sin.
not hear that too.
So,
Forefather
and
will
this
not
the
hear
other
that.
and the other side, the biggest and the most popular sacrifice was the killing of Jesus. It's not us that killed him, and it's not the thing that we cannot say, oh, you are barbaric, you are primitive. But we never kill any human being as a result of any sacrifice. There are other things that are happening that we shouldn't do it in terms of maybe some traditions where they give birth to twins, and in those days, or albino, and all of those things that shouldn't be happening. But then that is all about it. So reaching out to African American is our leaders. Our leaders just like us too. Because it's one of us today that will become a leader. If we don't have that sense of our conversation and straighten it up, and one day you become a president, you're also going to act the same way. So it's not going to be any different that much because you are not practicing it, you are not having that conversation, you are not reaching out to your African American or African brothers around the world. How do we unite ourselves? How we talk about empower ourselves and make ourselves more relevant, just like we are a very valuable human being on earth, the most peaceful people on earth, but we've been taken for granted for centuries. And I think it's time for us to be having a genuine conversation, not arguing about religion or
Yes.
religion. Those
Mhm.
both religions are not our religion. Period.
Yes.
And that is
Don't
what
mind
and
forefather. I told you.
and that is why pastor can also go and have sex as much it can happen. Nothing happen to that pastor because it's not our religion. If it's our
Yes.
religion, he will be held
Yes.
accountable according to
Mm-hmm.
our belief system, because
Mm.
our belief system will not let go. But once you come, you say, I swear in the name, if somebody can steal your stuff and swear in the name of Jesus and get away with it, because that is it. It's not God that will hold you any accountable, because it's not tied to tradition and the value and your belief system that we're supposed to enshrine as
Wow.
African. That is not there. So he will not catch any fire. So pastor can do anything, imam can do anything, and they get
Yes.
away with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think our conversation in 21st century is that how do we return to our value? When we call God
Yes.
in Igbo, and we call God Chineke, we have all those names for God. We
Mm-hmm.
have all those names that is more
Mm.
meaningful than
Yeah.
what they are telling you. Say one
Mm-hmm.
person died for you, one day we take you to heaven. One person say if you die, you're going to have sex with virgin. What is all in 21st century? We think like this? Are we that stupid and that gullible? I can't believe it. In 21st century, we are still backward like that in our mind. What is happening in our own eyes? A pastor will mount a pulpit 24 hours, talk all he want to talk, go and kill, go and sleep with women and all of that. Nothing happened. And he's the same God, you're still believing that he's going to punish somebody when he die. Why can't you punish the person when he's alive? So I
She
don't
see me
believe
the
in all
serving
those
force.
things.
She didn't
So
Thank
I
love
you.
me.
think,
Thank you.
forefather, let us elevate our conversation and talk about our relationship as
Don't
a
mind
black
forefather.
people
Oh, I've been
across
telling
our
him to move the conversation.
across the world. How do we stay connected and relevant and empowering ourselves? Not all those religious talk. It's all borrowed. Thank you.
Jonaba, forefather plan is to convert all of us to Ishiran.
You
That's his
see,
plan.
that's the thing. I think I defer to
That's
where
one big
Hello is coming
oracle.
from, actually.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I defer to where Hello is coming from, where you have a strong, this is secular state, that religion should stay away from the center of the state. That said, welcome, Hello. You wanted to say something, but your audio was shaky.
Yeah, I had to change.
Perfect.
I felt I was being attacked spiritually according to religion,
I
but I
know
do believe that
who
was
was
a
attacking
glitch.
you.
No, no one was attacking me. I
I'm
don't
gonna
see
fight on your behalf.
those days when we were in Nigeria, when something else they will say is village people, and then you will now study for your exam instead of you to focus on how to perform best. You'll be busy thinking of your enemies who will make you fail.
That thing
Wow.
destroy a lot of people. I'm
Yes,
telling
it's still
you, it
destroying us.
destroy a lot of people.
Yes, waiting for prophecies and all that, whereas you've been given everything just for you to go and get it. Anyways, what I wanted to say is that this is the Nigeria that we have, as we are mini Nigeria, regardless how we display our Nigerianness, knowingly or unknowingly. This is us now, including myself. No one is perfect, but let's come together as one. Practice your religion, but left for me, religion is personal, as most of us already said. No one should control the other. But it's like now, when they want to diagnose some mental health or some sicknesses, I'm not saying religion is a mental health. It is something that interferes with your life continuously, and then you do not have a life. Like the way religion has rampaged and damaged Africa. The people practice religion, but they still progress now. So why is our own making us even more poorer, more, more divisive? That it divides us even more. Religion is something that preaches goodness now. Shouldn't it bring us all together, whether it's regardless of the religion now? I'm not against any religion. That is not my point. I'm not here to come and score religious points. I'm just saying, let's all level everything equal. Let everyone, have a sound, healthy mindset, even spiritually, whichever way. But do not allow it to become a sickness unto yourself and others that deter anyone. If someone is complaining about something, say your neighbor now is always saying your nuisance, always making noise, and then another person complains, then those people complaining are making sense. Then you have to look inward, regardless of your religion. Me, as a Christian, I know that there is a extreme Christianity, and I'm not denying it. So I schooled myself and changed my mindset and said to myself, the children I have, I will educate them differently. I will not allow them to go to church and worship any man, any human being to intercede for them. You have to make their personal relationship, and it should not be used as a yardstick for you to judge another. You should actually use it to benefit another, regardless where they come from, regardless what they look like. If you actually want to practice that religion, it should bring the best out of you, should not be divisive. So my point is that this is that religion I'm talking about, that disagreement. If we cannot disagree, then it's a problem. Religiously, if we can't agree and practice it peacefully like our forefathers did. I remember when I used to go for Ileya and all these things in Ibadan, we go visit our Muslim brothers and eat
ram.
Barika de Salad, dance with them. They come to ours as
Yes,
well.
now.
I never saw it as anything. There was nothing like extremacy in either side. So what's going on now? It's turned political. So who are the people that are politicizing it? We should, do something about it. By now, leveling it, it's become a problem. So we have to zero it. If Nigerian government, if you're listening, we mean well. Please remove all religion from our constitution. Let every human being be equal in the eyes of the law, regardless of what they believe in, and do not allow any religion to be practiced, whether outside the court or inside the court. No one should have that power above, or otherwise they become more supreme than others. I do not accept that. So thank you.
Thank
Nice
you.
one, is similar.
Appreciate that. And
Yes,
Shabaka,
that's good.
let Shabaka
Let's
contribute. Shabaka, thank you, for your patience and listening to everybody. So, what do you make of what you've heard so far? You can go back to the original one or carry on from where we stopped.
Oh no, I'll just say, like I echo all of her sentiments. I think religion has its place, but it should be personal. When it comes to the politics that affect everyone, it should be just left in its place. It has no, in my opinion, it has no bearing. It should have no bearing in law. I think that people are intelligent enough to formulate their own laws based upon morality, which you can make it objective in a sense. Some people argue it's subjective, but based upon the ground rules that everybody should have a equal right to live and pursue their own capital and things of that nature, create their own businesses. There's no need for religion to creep into that. So I think as humans, we have the intelligence to formulate and govern societies based upon making it equal for everyone, and just treat others how you would want to be treated. If you live by that, then you don't need any religion, in my opinion.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
So
and
it's
really,
my turn, I guess.
Who is Stone? Who
Let
say
me
this?
let me quickly say before I want to go now.
Seriously?
So for me, right, to be honest, I'm not the person that want to discuss religion and those tribal stuff every time. I think today is the last day I will discuss religion, because even the people that they want to argue all this stuff, it's too much emotions. Like KJ rightly said, Erufai said something about Jesus and Mary. You ask yourself, even the mother of Jesus, she was not even a Christian. Jesus Christ was not a Christian. What are you fighting for then? So apart from that, right? That's why when you want to really table this issue, people get emotional, like they were not Christians. They were Jewish.
Be careful when you say that. It's not fair. It's not fair to
The
say
mother of Jesus was Jewish, 100%. Jesus Christ was Jewish, 100%.
Hold on. That is what every religious founder is. Even Islam was Muhammad was something else before he became Muslim. Was Muhammad not a Muslim? So that is how it is.
So,
Founders are the first
but
of
he
a kind.
instituted the religion himself, and it was complete
Let me
before
just
he
finish.
died.
So, forefather, I'm promising today is my last day I will discuss religion, because I don't want it to cause bad blood. You see, KJ and I, they verse for me.
Not with
I know
me
I'm
anyway.
KJ, my brother. If you ever ask me any question about religion again, I will block you.
No.
So,
KJ is passionate. It's not.
Why you unnecessarily? Please don't use me to justify your whatever you want.
Okay, sorry, KJ. Sorry,
why should I be annoyed? Don't I know the truth?
It's about the issue.
For me, usually, like somebody like Jonah Bana can have deep conversation with him about religion, because I know we can discuss that, and it's friendly, try to understand things. I can have a question now. If Jonah, I beg this thing, what do you understand by it? He will tell me, even if it's Christian or Islam, he know a lot about both religion. So for me, but that's why today I promise you, forefather, it's waste of time.
Don't promise me, because
if you ever ask me any question, because today I know I was this.
Muslims show up all the time.
Hold on, you raise. Hold on. You raise about 5 topics. I wanted you to discuss the topic. You could not even discuss them. Then you diverted and be talking about.
We spoke about 2 topics now.
Okay, it's okay, but however, to be honest, I stand with Isimire. I think religion needs to keep religion in religious houses. If you want to build a true society, evil tribe we're talking about. To be honest, for me, if an Igbo man is born in Lagos, it's a Lagosian, pure vote and whatever. You have the right as somebody. If a Yoruba man is born in Kano, it should be from Kano, just the way you have it in America. You can see two siblings. One is born in New York, is from New York. One is born in California.
But I think that there should be a transition period of naturalization. Even if you are born somewhere, you should spend some time there. Because somebody that is born there and just travels back home,
spend some time. If you live there, if you are a resident of that area,
you should have maybe 5 years, 6 years naturalization.
It's just like you come to the West, you stay there, you are a permanent resident. That's where you live. You become a citizen. You have rights of everything. So
especially when you are trying to foster a kind of
unity, somehow our forefathers, they kind of miss the point. I don't know how they miss all this stuff.
Somehow.
Because probably if you have started it like 50 years ago, maybe now we'll be somewhere. That's why you see people are still fighting for land.
I don't want to start stereotyping, but I get a feeling that the reason why they passed that indigenous law is probably because of Southeasterners. Because they were like Southeasterners go everywhere. They will just be voting everywhere. That's why they passed.
Yeah, let everybody have rights.
Look at
Nigeria would have been more interesting.
That's why they did it. They are scared of Southeasterners going everywhere to vote in every state.
Let who want to vote. Let everybody have, that's the Nigeria I wish for.
Actually,
if you guys want united, if you guys want united Nigeria, vote for somebody like me. I swear to God, I'm gonna get it done.
I think you
like
do
this.
But you have to watch that.
I'll get it done.
We've had a good conversation, and time is up. And I really appreciate you guys. And I actually do enjoy the next bit that is going to come along. I enjoy watching it. I never get tired of watching it. I'm going to play two cultures today. I've not gone to the Yoruba one. My apologies. The Yoruba ones, I've not been able to get enough videos to put together to play them. But I'm going to play Southeastern ones, and I'm going to play South ones today, just to close out. It's going to take a while to go through. So if you want to enjoy the music of Nigerian cultures, just stick around and listen to them. And then, but before that, I have to thank the people in the chat. Hi.
Okay, so you won't give me an opportunity also to make my final comment.
There's no final comment. There's no final comment. We are going to 4 hours. There's no final comment. If you make final
stop
comment,
this you are doing, forefather. Stop this you are doing. If you want to be listening to AY voice alone, when we come, just don't
bring us
we have
in.
to be ending it so that you can have your good discussion. Stop it. But it's okay.
Let me greet the people in the chat. Dr. Dama said we have to be ending it for 3 hours, and it's gone beyond that already. So I have to try to stick to the rules. OCFV, Obino, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Albi, Pansat, McEnelly. Nobody donated today. This thing is not nice. So these Nigerians, I don't understand. Okay, I will excuse you guys. You just came out from New Year celebration, festive season, spend a lot of money. So I'll give you a break. Next week, I want to see donations. Because the work these people are doing here, people that come here and give some quality analysis.
I don't donate.
Their minds here today. Now, AY is a brilliant mind. KJ, hello. Valhalla is a warrior. It's not just a brilliant mind. It's a warrior. And John Abba, because he is out there talking to people, he's really making a lot of effort. I have to give it to you, and I hope you are recognized for your effort you are making, and keep it up. Shabaka, Valhalla now. Hassan.
Okay.
Who else?
Hassan is trying from Nigeria.
Hassan is everywhere, man.
I don't know the kind of internet he's using. He's trying, man.
He's engaging, and I like that. No matter what you say, he's engaging. Oh, look at that. AY has donated its American dollars. Thank you for the donation today.
Just $2.
He's put his
Poor
money.
See him now.
I wanted to make it 20.
Thank you for
see,
that.
Simire is angry
no
now.
good, I beg you.
Poverty is not good at all.
Don't worry, I will get rich one day.
I appreciate that, and thank you for all the people that came to the panel. You guys are quality. The quality we've had today is really, really good. I have to say thank you. Hello for coming in. I really appreciate you. Try to be joining us anytime you get the chance, because you are quite brave. You're a brave woman. So the way you come across, I don't know why you are worried about them buying you in Nigeria. You look at you can go and partner with Akpoti. You guys go and punch their backside. They will sit up. I will vote for Akpoti. If Akpoti runs for office, I will vote for her. I tell you.
No, my children will.
Yeah, definitely. So, all right. So let me play us out with our Nigerian songs, and that we are going to enjoy. I do like them immensely. All right.
Elijah Sokwabia, Gideon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Tito Putanken Sokabo, Anile Sopa, Anto, Alva, and we're on your mouth, we're on your baby. Come on, Anyapano, yeah, you have a canoe, and you do it, yeah, you live a month, live it, yeah, you live a month, yeah, you live a
Muragani Mogu Bunamuma Sidini Ebilio Ebilialene Niduribi Bueno Ego Keliza Baba Tibo Budo Ibo Atazia Namuo Nanamu
The mission itself